Ready.
And we are live looking at your championship shirt, Mr. Covers, Mr.
Oh,
Foster Covers.
2006 Bears.
I have mine too. Is that a long sleeve?
No, just a short sleeve, man. I had a buddy that used to travel the country selling this stuff, so he always gave me the greatest deals.
Mine is a blue long sleeve. I love wearing it on the show. I think I've worn it. I think it was the first show I ever did. I think I wore that shirt.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I know the one you're talking about. You probably wore it 3 times on it over the last
Yeah,
year.
2 or 3 times.
Two or three
Couple of
times.
2 3 times.
Couple, three, two, four, maybe. Who knows?
Couple of
You know
two
how
three
that goes.
times. Foster, man, how you doing tonight?
I'm hanging in there, man. I'm a little flustered, just under the crunch, trying to get a bunch of stuff done.
As
Part of
the
life.
as, as the
Still
Foster
going.
that I know, I will say you do seem a little bit solemn tonight.
Well, I'm just tired. It's just tired, man.
Well,
And
when
then
you're
trying to go ahead.
126 years old, what, 136 years old?
And I think PJ had it at like 240 because
Oh,
he
well,
told me I was down
what
to
is it
140
actually?
a
Is it
couple
like
weeks ago.
372?
Yeah.
You know what? I wanted to ask you, how would you feel about doing the beard shave before the season starts, and then we don't shave until they make the playoffs?
Yeah, we could do that. I could do that, man. I'd do that.
Yeah,
Yep.
we are down to PJ
I could
tonight.
do some trimming though, because I don't want to be eating stuff. I'll keep it just going long, but
Just go
the
back to
stuff that
the
you can.
freshly shaved vagina like you had a couple of weeks ago, and then you can. Of course, we're gonna have to manicure it a little bit, so we're not looking like Bushmen. But if as long as we just keep it going and don't trim it or do a major trim or a shave, and see how long it takes
You.
before the Bears make the playoffs. Do you
Whew.
think it's going to happen this year? Are you confident enough to not have a ZZ Top beard?
I think they are going to make it this year, man. I do. I
That's
think
why
they're
the
going to make
title of
it.
this.
So
That's why the
I'll do. So we're going to both do this, right?
well. That's why the title of this show is Super Bowl sophomore, because
Right. I saw
can
that.
can Matt Eberflus become the 11th head coach in the NFL to take his team to a Super Bowl in his second season?
Whew.
And other than continuity, because of some new players, which could easily develop very quickly, it has over time, has in the past, I should say. It could happen. And that's why I'm confident, at least, in growing a beard until they make the playoffs. And then we can trim it, because I know you're not going to shave. I'm not going to shave. PJ's not going to shave. But could you imagine PJ, who is not going to be joining us tonight? He might show up a little bit later. But could you imagine PJ with a... We got to see what that looks like.
Yeah, I can't. I just don't see him in it, man. All right, so we're going to do that, I guess, huh? Me and you, at least.
We should do it.
We'll ask
Because
PJ,
then we'll see what I look like with a freshly
not,
shaved vagina.
we start out that first game clean shaven the day before the game.
Yep.
And then we don't shave until they officially make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Crap. What if we got to do that for 2 years?
Oh, God, that would be awful. That's my confidence level. I think we can get to that point this year.
I hope. I think we're gonna. I think we can do it.
I think we can do it too.
It's gonna come down to too many factors, but let's do it, man. Yeah. Okay. We're good.
Okay. Well, we'll tentatively agree to that. I don't want to come on here with a freshly shaved vagina. You had a lot of balls for doing that.
Come on, man. You like? Well, I don't know if you like.
I'm gonna look so. I'll look so weird. I won't even want to do the show.
I don't even know about you, man. No. So, what else? What else is going on? What have you been up to?
Well, we can get into that as we start the show. So we were supposed to have guest Andrew Tarbell on tonight. We haven't heard from him yet. He hasn't sent in the link, but I haven't heard. He hasn't even emailed to say he hasn't gotten it. So we do have Bearski Films, Paul Wakalinski on tonight, and he's a freaking blast.
Yeah,
we're gonna have some fun with him at the very least. So, Kitty, let's kick this shit off as my dog is choking.
Bears country. Where is it?
Right fucking here, although.
You down with BCP? You down with BCP?
You down with BCP?
You down with BCP?
You down with BCP?
You down with BCP?
You down with BCP?
You down with BCP?
I don't have PJ here to make fun of me tonight.
No, but I could.
There's a couple of white guys here tonight. You can't make fun of me. You're white.
Doesn't matter. I don't go by color, too. If you're funny, you're funny. If you're not, I don't care if you're pink.
I'll get it
Well,
one day.
if you were pink, I like pink. Oh, not the singer. I'm talking about the color, not the singer. Never mind.
Pink tacos. Ever been to? I think it's called Pink Tacos in Las Vegas or something like that. Yeah, it's a Mexican joint in Planet Hollywood. At least it was in the early 2000s.
I'm not familiar, man. I am not. I'm not a big Vegas guy or any of that stuff. I've been there. I just don't.
It's who cares about Vegas anymore? It's ruined. It used to be. You could go there and spend very little money and have fun. But now it's Millionairesville.
Yeah.
So what's up, man?
Not man, just working on houses and taking care of crap.
You and those houses. Let's bring on Paul. Because,
yeah.
Paul from Bearski Films. If you haven't checked him out, he's doing some good stuff on YouTube. His videos are a lot of fun to watch. They're to the point, and they are for Bears fans. So let's get him on the show right now. What is up, Bearski? Bearski Film.
How you doing?
Hey,
Thanks for having me
Frosty.
on. How are you?
Thanks
Excellent,
for coming
man.
on the show, man.
Hey, thank you for
Appreciate
having me. I appreciate the invite. Looking forward to it. Seems like you guys have a lot of fun, so
Yeah.
looking to join in on that.
Maybe just give us give us a take on what you do exactly for our viewers, because I know some of them watch because we kind of intertwine all the time, but
Yeah, so
for the
I
ones
got
who are unaware.
Sure, yeah, I got a YouTube channel called BearsCountryPodcast Film, and I just make videos, highlights, short films on Bears stuff, Bears content. Anything pro Bears. I try and line it up with some good music, try and use some high def video, and try and just kind of make it feel right and give content that people want to watch. Try and pump out the content pretty frequently. Sometimes I even get to a video a night, whether it's a short or something. I try and just make something constantly. So there's always something. And I was looking to do some podcasts in the future of my own with some of my crew members, some of my friends, and things like that. So this is a perfect way for me to kind of kick it off a little bit and get some
Awesome,
experience
man.
on that. So, yeah.
Dude, I love the music you're putting out too. Is that original, or it's got some good shit going over there?
So a lot of it's kind of dancing around copyright restrictions, but early on videos, it was all original music. I actually had a neighbor who had a pretty kick-ass band when I was in high school, and they came out with a legit CD and everything. So I reached out to them and said, hey, can I use some of your music in it? And I turned them all into instrumentals and whatnot, and was using that. But eventually I started kind of just using the YouTube options for some of the free licensed music. And I try and just, I spend a lot of time just trying to hunt down instrumentals and things like that, things that I think will sound good and work. I actually grew up, I still play bass guitar. I grew up,
Nice.
I went to college for music a little bit. So,
Nice.
Music's always been a huge passion of mine. So it's kind of cool how that just it intertwines with all the video editing and making and stuff like that. But I was actually pretty new to all that. Started doing that a year ago and just kept getting better and better. I've always done some Photoshop stuff and things like that. So yeah, it all kind of came together.
Doing a good job over there, man. Seriously. I subscribed to you from my Mr. Shorty channel. When you first came out, I came across you. I was like, I like what this guy's putting down.
Yeah, so like the name Bearski, I actually back in the day when I started a fantasy football league, I'm Polish. Last name's Walkalinski, so I just had ski to the end of everything. And yeah, it was the Bearski League. So, and then my buddy actually found a shirt at the stadium of like a Polish eagle with the Chicago Bears C behind it, and it said Bearski on it. So he bought it for me. I'm pretty sure it was like a knockoff or whatever. But
Sure.
But yeah, so I
It's
decided
nice
to just go with that name. So it's just BearsCountry Film on YouTube. And for anybody who hasn't checked it out, subscribe. I welcome you. Go check it out. Like I said, I got some short clips and even stuff like that you can check out that won't take a lot of time. So
For sure, man. Let's say hi to everyone in chat here. We got Heart Foundation. What's up? We have Cliff Victoria. Cliff has a picture of his meal tonight, as usual, which we'll be pulling up. We have Joe Treviso. Thanks for joining us, Joe. Retro. Excellent to see you again. Mr. Mayhem. Mo Bierman. Mo. Doug Van Dorn.
DVD.
Love you, Doug. Who else is we got? That's everybody who's in chat right now. So let's kind of dive right into the topic of tonight and kind of why I think it's possible that the Bears could win the Super Bowl this year. I know you're laughing at me.
I'm not laughing.
No, not you. Everyone is. Anyone who's watching this in the future or listening to it on audio stream, they're probably laughing at me.
Probably.
But
maybe not.
Why isn't it possible?
It is. Anything's possible, almost.
Possible, sure.
There's been 10 coaches previously who have won the Super Bowl in their second season. Ray Malavasi, Tom Flores, Joe Gibbs, Raymond Berry, Barry Switzer, yeah, Brian Billick, Mike Martz, John Fox, Ken Wisenhunt, and Dan Quinn. So, the proof is there that it's possible. So, are the upgrades to this team enough that a homer like me can actually buy into the possibility of going from worst to first?
No, I got a question about
everyone's just like, are you fucking kidding me? No. If we win 7 games this year, we'll be lucky, right?
So that graphic you showed, what about, is Doug Peterson on that list? Didn't Gary Kubiak win it in his second year with Peyton Manning?
Oh yeah, you're right. Doug Peterson is one of them.
Bill Belichick, didn't Bill Belichick win in his second? So I think
he's on there. Oh no, sorry.
No, Brian Billick is with the Ravens. Bill
Belichick. No, because Bill Belichick was the head coach of the Cleveland Browns before.
Oh, that's right. So technically, it wasn't his second. So it was his second season with the Patriots, but not his second overall. Same with Gary Kubiak. Then he was He was a Houston Texans head coach. There have been some guys that have come from another team that in their second year with their new team then have won it. Okay, I guess that's that. I just want to clarify that up because that's how some names missing from there. So
there's some pretty damn good coaches on that list.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
Some pretty damn good coaches on
There's
that.
Some big names on there, baby.
And so is Eberflus one of them? I think Mike Tomlin might be another one.
Well, I kind of have some numbers I want to pull up in a minute here, but we just had our who was supposed to be our first guest tonight just hopped on the show, Andrew Tarbell. Why don't we just bring him on and I'll just hang out. How about we do that? Because I think Andrew just wanted to do the first half an hour slot because he has things to do afterwards. So we can bring him on. Andrew.
Good evening. How we doing?
Andrew, how you doing, man? Good to see you.
Doing well. How are you guys doing tonight?
Excellent. Your connection is really choppy.
Yeah. Tell him, Shorty.
Your connection's really choppy. Even your video is.
Frozen.
Yeah, he froze.
Let me go ahead and back out, guys, and I'll rejoin you. Give me just 1
Reset
minute.
the.
Yeah. Do a reset and internet, phone, hop back in.
Yeah.
Right. So
Internet.
I think the benefit to your wild theory here about this being possible is definitely the schedule. Now strength of schedule is not something I typically like. I think it's kind of a false stat because that changes as the season goes on. So
Yeah.
as the season goes on, the strength of schedule is different. So it's just kind of like a little bullshit stat they throw out there. However, when you do look at the road that we have, I think some of these could be trap games, which is why I think 11 wins maybe a tad high, but it's definitely possible. There's a lot of people out there that are predicting 10 plus wins. I personally think 8 wins is where I have them, 8-9 wins, but yeah, you never know with momentum if they start carrying themselves, and especially with those early wins in the schedule, those can mean a lot for a young team. And I think in the second game, it was Chris Collinsworth that said it. The Bears are so young; they might not know any better. And yeah, sometimes that's what it is. You just get, you get rolling with the team. That momentum starts building up, and these young guys, they don't know any better. They are the best because they are currently the best, and that's what's in their head. And they just play up to it. So it could be possible, sure, but is it likely?
No.
That's a different conversation, right? So,
but we're here to be positive and find the ways it can, right? So Cliff is saying here, Bears need to stay healthy. Justin needs to step up. O-line needs to be decent or better. D-line needs to be decent or better. Refs need to be fair when we're playing NFC rivals, etc. I mean, you get all that shit combined, though, but sometimes those seasons happen. Like the 12-4 Bears of the Trubisky era. It's like if they would have just not had that kick actually blocked that became a double doink, who knows what could have happened with momentum that team had going on. I knew that once they lost that, they weren't going.
Right.
The team would change, and we're like, that was that shot. But in this case, I feel like the last 2 drafts, when you add the youth from the previous draft to this youth of this new draft, that now we're seeing a developmental process that's one that we've always kind of seen other teams always do and wished it was our team, and now it is. At least that's how I feel, and I think that's how most Bears fans feel.
Yeah, and just the first part of that statement, Bears need to stay healthy. I mean, that's so true. Listen, we're 1 or 2 key injuries away from not winning many games. I mean, you talk about an injury to the quarterback position and what happens then. You talk about what if DJ Moore gets injured? What does the wide receiver room look like then? It's kind of back to square one in a way. So, yeah, these guys definitely need to stay healthy for sure, and that's huge. And
Jeff, wood there you can knock on?
at his desk. But, yeah, there you go. Knocked on his head there. That's good. But, yeah, but I think with any team that wins the Super Bowl, luck is always involved too. You also need to get a little lucky at the end of the day too. So, yeah, a lot of things need to go right.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so it's possible. It's just not likely, man. But you never know. You never don't know what happens. Like, say they start out 2-2 even or something like that. Okay, I'm going to just say be kind of obvious. Or even 1-2 or 1-3. I mean, here, you don't have to do that. I was just going to say though, but you never know what's going to happen. Somebody steps up. Look at the minute, and I kind of knew this one was going to happen. But the minute we got rid of Roquan, Sandberg, just amazing, right? So you got to have like you mentioned, Pusky. You got to have luck with the health, a little bit of luck with your depth, most likely, because you're going to have a health issue because it's the NFL, man. You're going to have a health issue somewhere,
right?
Unless God, the Almighty's watching over every player. When was the last time that happened where everybody started all 14 games or 16 games?
Yeah.
Well, it's going to take a little bit of that everywhere, and then again, a little bit of luck with some plays and a little bit of I don't like luck. I'll say a little bit of divine intervention on all of that stuff.
Right.
But I don't see it happening. But you know what, Dan? It could, man. You just never know. Well, let's see what it looks like in about 10 weeks from now, man.
That's my
That ain't
problem.
far
I always
away.
go into every season with that hope.
I do
We have
too.
we have we have
Been doing it
Andrew
since I was a little shit.
Andrew Tarbell is reset. Let's bring him on the show. How you doing, Andrew?
Gentlemen, can you hear me?
Yes, much better.
Much better.
All right, great. Sorry about that little technical difficulty joining you, but I appreciate you guys having me on to talk some Bears. And as I understand, you're talking Coach Eberflus tonight specifically.
Well, to start out, I mean, we can't talk forever about it, but because I do want to go on a rant about Colin Cowturd. I can save that for later if you like, if you just want to talk about your reasons. Because first off, tell us a little bit about yourself, Andrew. This is your first time on BCP, so thank you for coming on. Just give us a little background on yourself.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me on again. I do a podcast for the Undefeated Sports Network every week called Sport Court with my guy Angelo Camacho. We've been doing that for about 2 years now, so had a lot of good conversations with some former players and analysts, and I like to think I keep up to date on all things Bears as much as I can. Just a tried and true fan, and I appreciate the opportunity to chat with you guys.
Well, that's why we wanted to have you on the show. So thanks for coming on.
Absolutely.
So am I crazy? Can the Bears go from worst to first? I mean, can they win the Super Bowl this year? And I'm not saying, do you think they will? I'm saying, I like to pontificate, Andrew. Can they?
So obviously 0-0 record going into the season, anything's possible. I would really like to see the Bears win around 9 to 10 games this season. I think that would be a tremendous improvement. You know, there's a lot of speculation and questions around Justin Fields, and as you alluded to, Colin Cowherd made a rather stupid and airheaded comment on one of his shows about Justin Fields being a YouTube quarterback. And, you know, I just don't understand it, guys. I think we saw many electrifying moments out of Fields last season, and Justin Fields was not the reason you lost. For a 7-game stretch, you had less than one score, and in 6 of those 7 games, the Bears led the league in offensive scoring and still lost. So it is what it is, right? It's tough to be a Chicago Bears fan sometimes. Unfortunately, short end of the stick last season with injuries really limited what the Bears were able to do later on in the season, obviously, with Darnell Mooney going down and then Chase Claypool getting hurt. But I'm excited to see what this unit does with Darnell, right? And then obviously DJ Moore coming on, huge acquisition that Ryan Poles was able to land. And I think this team's going to be good. I think they're going to be something to fight with, and I think they're going to come out week 1 and play really good football against a Green Bay Packers team that nobody knows how they're going to play, and I think they're going to set the tone early.
I think that the development of Justin Fields, the confidence that I have in that, has everything to do with my reasoning of how it is definitely possible that they could just skyrocket right to the Super Bowl. The NFC is weak. They have an extra playoff game. They have an extra game in the season. They have how many quarterbacks in the NFC? If Justin Fields could easily be right there at the top with all of them. His work ethic, you see him working on, he has the coaching also to help him with that, and he's also working on the fish. He knows what his issues are. He says them. For Colin Cowturd to call him out as being cocky or arrogant and having an ego is so fucking disgusting to me, because he is just using that as clickbait. And
absolutely. That's what it's all about, right? It's a slow news day, so how can I get views on my show? Not saying anything meaningful or of substance. And unfortunately, that's a big part of the mainstream sports media, is just filling holes with cheap and shitty narratives. Yeah. And it's frustrating as a Bears fan because you see no one other than Justin Fields get the short end of the stick in these weak and played out analyses, whereas if you're a true football fan and you watch week in and week out, we clearly saw Justin Fields develop last season. Got James commenting here in the chat. You have to understand that he does that to get you riled up. He does it for views. Yes, he does it to get fans riled up. It's a shit way out. I don't really care for that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys know what triggered him to say that? What exact video or comment from Justin Fields it was?
Oh yeah, it was talking about somebody had asked.
Quarterback.
Yeah, somebody had asked him top 5 rushing quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And he says, don't feel like you have to leave yourself off the list. And he's like, I'm not. I am on the list.
Yeah.
He put himself 5th. You know what I mean? And so that's where Colin Cowherd just gets that angle of, oh, look how cocky he is. And stop it. If you knew anything about the guy, if you saw any of the off-field stuff, I mean, that guy is a true character inside and out. You're not about to see any bad media rep on Justin Fields anytime soon. The guy's a true character, and his work ethic's like no other. So we definitely those are all check marks when it comes to the list and things about Justin Fields that you don't have to worry about. So he's just running his mouth like he always does. I hate that guy.
You guys probably don't know this but I've said this before on the show that I live in Georgia about an hour and 20 minutes from where he grew up, Justin Fields. And my buddy kept calling me, telling me, dude, go check out one of these 2 quarterbacks, him and Trevor Lawrence. You're like so close to him. Just go try to catch him in a high school game because they're the top 2 quarterbacks coming into college. And I was like, why would I do that? The Bears are never going to have one of those guys, So I never even took it upon myself to go and watch Justin Fields, who was pretty much an hour away. And once they drafted him, I started really diving into every single thing about him and all the different documentaries, from him in high school and then in college. And you see him mowing his lawn in the dark, and his father like, well, you wanted to go out after the game, and he's mowing his lawn in the damn dark. So the kid was raised right. His work ethic is impeccable. He has the it factor. He wants to be great. So that right there is enough for me to put the Bears in the category of the possibility of going from worst to first because of this kid.
Yeah, I definitely feel that Justin Fields is a make or break player for you, and this season's going to be shaped around him. Ultimately, if he does not succeed, we're going to draft a quarterback next year. So you have 2 first-round picks. Obviously, Carolina's probably going to be, so you think that what you got from them is going to be a top-round pick. And a very big class next year. However, if the event that he doesn't succeed, we have an agency plan.
Yeah. And that could be the first pick in the draft. I mean, the Panthers could realistically end up with the first pick in the draft.
It could happen. I don't see that happening, but it could, man. Just like the Bears winning the Super Bowl, it could happen. The Cowherd thing, man, it's just like you said, and there's other factors involved too. First off, the guy wants clicks. That's what they do. That's what they all do. And a lot of these national guys, they probably don't even have the time like we do. We see everything that the Bears do because we follow them. Mm-hmm. So they're probably not even seeing. They're misinformed to begin with because they're not getting the whole story. It's like you tell me your side, you tell me your side. Now I know the whole story. But if one of you guys is just telling me all your side, and I'm not following through and seeing the rest of the picture, he's going to do that. But it's a lot of clickbait shit. And that most of these guys don't bother me because I do the same thing. Somebody mentioned in the chat, turn it off. I listened to that thing like 3 times while I was in the shower going, yeah, he's still an idiot. Sometimes the guy makes sense. Sometimes I think he's an idiot. So, I'm serious. I mean, sometimes because I watch him a little bit. I'm watching him less and less. I'm watching all the Chicago shit now more than the national shit because I'm just done with that.
The fact that we're talking about him right now means he wins.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But It's done. So now we could even shut up talking about them. Move on to the real story, which is,
I wanted to
Eberflus.
kind of
that dude,
compare Eberflus to some of the previous coaches. Let me remove this comment here.
Your worst to Super Bowl winners in the second year is what you're going to show. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so here we have post Ditka, we have Wani going 7-9, then 9-7, and then Dick Duran going 6-10 and 5-11, and then we have Lovie Smith going 5-11 and 11-5, and Mark Trestman going 8-8 and 5-11, and none of this really goes to. I guess this kind of goes to the point that it's going to take a lot for this to become a reality, because here we have John Fox going 6-10 and 3-13, and then shit.
Man, I'm just sick of all those numbers you've shown.
I have to go and say his name again.
Damn years. Sorry, Dan.
Then Matt Nagy.
I'm not even going to get into that. I have zero thought.
Had to go. He went 12-4, then 8-8. So I guess I'm kind of proving to my point that it's not possible. It's not really that. It is possible, but it's not that probable. But here we have Matt Eberflus going 3-14, and then according to Aldo Gandia, 14-3 this season.
That's all those numbers. Let's definitely specify that. That was Aldo on the show.
That's Aldo Gandia's numbers right there.
And 14. He actually said, "Who are we losing to? Cleveland, Detroit, and Kansas City. Those were the 3 losses." He called them out. So that's on record, man.
So if that's possible, then
I'll shit my pants if it's true.
Peyton Manning had a 3-win season his first year, and then I believe he never had a losing season after that. So is it possible? Of course it's possible. It's happened, but it all comes down to the quarterback's shoulders. Now, the thing is, though, it's like I feel like we're so scarred as Bears fans just because we've been beaten down with this bad quarterback play. We're the only team without a 4,000-yard passer, but that bar is so high for us because it hasn't been achieved. But for the rest of the league, it's not set high. Like, teams have 4,000-yard passers. It's not that big of a deal. So, really the reason why I think we struggle to think that, we're about to see some kind of offense here or something is just because of the past, and we have like PTSD from it. But the fact of the matter is, here, I just want to share some numbers with you guys. Top 8 wide receivers since 2019, or players with the most receiving yards. So you got Devontae Adams, best receiver in the last several years, right? Stephon Diggs on the Bills, who's a Super Bowl contender every year. Travis Kelce on Kansas City, who's a Super Bowl contender every year. Tyreek Hill on Miami, who's looking to contend for a Super Bowl this year. Cooper Kupp on Los Angeles, who won a Super Bowl. You got Justin Jefferson, who alone can get you almost 2,000 yards. A.J. Brown, who made the Eagles a Super Bowl contender. And then you have DJ Moore at number 8. So to think that this can't happen for some reason, it's really just a fallacy of the mindset we're all in from the past and from just being kind of beaten and broken down. But the fact of the matter is Ryan Poles is doing some good work right now. He's putting this team together. It might be a little bit slower of a build than some defensive-based teams. Those teams tend to spike a little bit. That's why I think you saw that with Lovie, that he was able to even win in his second year, because defenses can get you good for a year, but they don't typically get you back every single year. They spike here and there, and then they kind of go flat. Whereas, an offense-based team, like I said, Peyton Manning never had a losing season after his first one. Those kind of teams will get you to the playoffs year in and year out, but it does all depend on Justin Fields. I think the kid's going to get it done. I really do. I think he's confident, and I think the reason why we didn't see it last year, he didn't rush that much in college. The reason why we saw him break, rushing records for the Bears and come close to breaking Vic's record is because a lot of those rushes were to avoid sacks. Frankly, he's just faster than most of the players out there. His reaction time is great. The game is definitely slowing down for him, and you can see that. And on top of it, don't forget, he's like 6'2", 220. He's a fucking boulder running down. And so you see it all the time. Guys get a hand on him, he just shrugs them off. Yeah, he's fucking huge. Like, he's huge, and he's as fast as Tyreek Hill. That's a hard guy to stop, but he only used his legs, I think, out of desperation. It was a lot of third down plays. We're putting video together. I see it all the time. It's on third down. And he's looking to convert, and he doesn't trust anybody. And now I think that's going to change. And if it does, and you can sit there and use his running ability as a weapon instead of an act of desperation, oh man, I think you can have a pretty dangerous team. And that is how they would make their path to the Super Bowl, sir, if it happens. I mean, it's got to happen that way, though. It's got to happen that way. So.
The plays like I think it was the Falcons game where it might have been that one where he's running around for like 26 seconds or something, and he finally throws the ball to someone for a completion, and I think it was almost, or it might have been a first down actually.
One of my favorite plays out of that game was a 5-step drop. He steps up, nobody's open. He's made his first read, second read. Pressure's coming from the left, and he's already scrambling to the right because he knows the pressure's coming. So he's already got a second on it, and he's actually pointing to the guy, run left, and Montgomery ran like a swing route up the sideline, and he just on the run dropped a dime. I mean, I could have caught that ball. Montgomery just had to stick his hand out, and it was right there, and it was definitely one of the nicer throws I saw the whole season.
It was seriously. There is plenty of examples of those passes.
Oh yeah. But
it's not like he's a running quarterback.
And then the stuff that was missed was the easy stuff. There's a lot of missed screens, a lot of missed short throws, stuff like that you could clean that up. That's not that bad. I heard the stat today that he was actually the number one quarterback when it came to deep throws, 31 to 40 yards. I think he was 6 for 8, 75%, which is pretty decent. So yeah, he could drop it in there deep too. And the threat of him running, there's a play against the Eagles that I love. When he scampers outside, it's like every defensive player gives up their coverage and just goes to rush in on him, or at least stumbles or something. They all get caught up in the fact that, oh man, he might be running, and that was enough for the one play. And it was actually at the end of the game where we were kind of competing to potentially come back and maybe even beat the Eagles because it was a close scoring game.
It was a very close game.
It was in a clutch moment, and Byron Pringle was able to open up and just catch a pass with no defender on him. And you saw that even in week 1 against San Francisco with Dante Pettis, when that rollout was there, everybody bit on Fields rushing, and he just looked across the field and had a wide open man.
This is enough about Cowturd saying his record is so shitty that he's a shitty quarterback because of his record. He starts off that whatever his subject about Justin Fields was, in the first 2 sentences, he talks about his record being 5-25 or something as a starter. And dude, you take away his rookie season, the Steelers game, that was a game that he should have had under his belt. An amazing comeback game. There was a game, several games last year that they should have won. The Packers, the Washington game, the Dolphins game they could have won if it wasn't for a no-call pass interference against Claypool at the end of the game. They have no business losing to the Falcons.
And that's the biggest issue with this narrative, right, is that these guys go out and just at a high level look at the record. They don't look at the caliber of play that you're seeing from this quarterback. And, all of this run-first narrative and Justin Fields isn't a true quarterback. Well, look at what the kid did in college. He very seldomly ran the ball. He was a pass-first guy.
Yep. Dead on, man. And he was an accurate passer too, actually.
He actually left his home state, Georgia, because they wanted to use him as a running quarterback. And he said, no, I'm going to go to Ohio State and compete for the job as a passer. And that's what he wanted to do. That was very important for him. So,
what a smart move.
Yeah. Kid's dangerous physically, though. And that's where you see these rushing statistics come from. It's just physically, like I said, he's just a beast at the position. However, mentally, he's looking to pass first. However, what would you rather have? You want him to get sacked 9 times a game? Or you want him to get sacked 4 times and turn 5 of those into first downs and keep a drive moving?
And really all this proves about the kid is his vision and his awareness and his ability to see things quicker than most. For him to have those moves, to have all these yards rushing. So if his offensive line becomes dominant and he can sit back there, and if he has to move around in the pocket, his vision for that is already there. So eventually when he becomes a pocket passer, if you will, he's going to have the ability to move around and dance around within the pocket and get rid of the ball without having to run it all the time. the offensive line, I think, is going to be vastly improved this season. I think we're going to see a big step out of this kid in year 3, and that could be the reason why they win the Super Bowl.
Year 1 was like a half year.
What's that?
I said year 1 was a half year. He didn't even play a full year.
Yeah.
It's hard to consider that his first year.
Look what was on the team, and I'm not saying anything against the players.
Yeah, that's huge.
They
suck.
They overachieved. If they would have won a few more games, if they won 3 more games, it would have been an overachievement for the caliber. And again, I'm not saying anything against the guys on the team, but look at the roster in a year ago today, and you know what I mean. 1 year difference. Because you mentioned too, Paulski, about how long it takes, and I'm going. He's actually turned this roster around pretty decently, really quick. You know, we could be in 3 years where I thought it might take 4 or 5, literally. So, you know,
we got a starting left tackle out of a pick we didn't have last year, the year before.
Yeah,
I mean, we usually trade up, not trade up. You trade up, or we trade the first pick away and don't even have it. We traded back and got a number 1 wide receiver. I mean, it's. The amount of work Ryan Poles is doing.
You know, the old saying
about our draft for 15 years because who's ever running it every fucking time just
exactly.
Off,
my point that I'm about to make. George Halas was known
in the 60s and the 70s when Papa was running it. 1 or 2 players. You look at 14, 15 player draft, 17.
What was the phrase about him, Foster? He threw around nickels like manhole covers, right?
He is 130 years old, huh? I mean, I wasn't even alive back then, but
240.
Well, the phrase, the saying about Halas was he threw around nickels like manhole covers, and Ryan Poles treats draft picks like gold bars.
Oh yeah,
that's okay.
That's
I
how
can see it. You know, one thing I wanted to bring up, guys, I know we're short on time here, is back to this run first narrative that's around Justin Fields. The ultimate issue here is that if the Bears had won those 7 games last season where they were within a score or less, and the Bears come out and win 10 games last season with Justin Fields rushing for 1,000 yards, no Bears fan and no media analyst would be upset at all with the result. So it's a catch-22 situation, right? We know Justin Fields didn't lose those games for the Bears last season.
Right.
You know who did win all those close games? Minnesota Vikings. They made the playoffs as a first seed in their division, and with a negative point differential. They had more points scored against them than they scored. That does not happen very often. I think they were like 8-0, 9-0, 10-0 or something in 1-score games. They literally won all of them. So that coin flipped heads for them every single time, and it flipped tails for us most of the time. But you're right. Let's flip space. Let's flip spots. Let's give them like 8 less wins and us 7 more wins. And what's the narrative then? Kirk Cousins sucks ass, which he does. And there's no threat there of him actually beating you. You know, he's just there. The threat is Justin Jefferson on that team. But I mean, that team won a lot of close games. I don't think that happens 2 years in a row. It's an outlier to happen in 1 year. So that's going to even out a lot. And if our situation evens out, even just give us half the games, and the talent on this team is still going to win you a couple more. That's why I said I think they're looking at like an 8-9 win season realistically. But you never know. You could rattle off a couple more wins here and there. Things can happen, but yeah, the run first narrative. I mean, at the end of the day, they were the number 1 rushing team, and it was highly due to Justin Fields' numbers. But the running game for this offense didn't do bad overall, and then the run blocking was pretty decent. And even if they are a run first team, the quarterback is not a run first quarterback. He is definitely a passer. He's going. I see plenty of video when I'm putting my videos together.
It was a brand new offense.
He goes through his reads. You see it 1, 2, 3. Shit, there's no time, and then he starts scrambling away. Like there's very few. Look, I made a great video actually.
That's when he could get to the third read.
Yeah,
right.
If somebody wasn't in his face.
Yeah, right. If I could go on for a quick, no, you're good. If I could go on for a quick minute, I made a real cool video about a statistic where I was kind of just thinking, okay, well, how many times does a pass play get called and Justin Fields goes back intending to pass, but then he has to run away. And so the statistic I wound up looking up was dropbacks versus pass attempts. So I kind of did some numbers on the league, and like the most efficient quarterback in this category was Tom Brady. He had like a 4% of the time when a pass play got called, it wound up being something other than a pass play, meaning he got sacked or something. But he's going to throw it at the ground before he gets hit or runs or something. So that's still a pass attempt. And, you looked at most successful quarterbacks in the league, they were around 8, 9, 10%.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, all these passing guys, even Trevor Lawrence was pretty good with it. That means 1 out of 10 times you're calling a pass play, and this guy either gets sacked or has to rush or something, but 1 out of 10 times. And so some of the more rushing quarterbacks, Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, they were like 12, 13, 14%. And Justin Fields was at 30%.
Yeah.
It was such a huge fucking outlier in the statistic. So you're telling me 1 out of every single 3 times you call a pass play, something else happens. That tells me this offense wasn't clicking right, wasn't functioning right.
That's why they were relying so heavily.
A lot of pressure. There's a lot going wrong, and they still were managed to do something positive with the running game. So they still found their niche in all that chaos, and man, they cleaned some of that up. And we're going to see a huge difference in this offense.
I wanted to go back to this real quick because I don't know how much time you have, Andrew. We're good on time. I think Paulski is too. I don't know what your time is, but isn't it a good thing that
I've got a few more minutes, guys. No rush.
Okay. You stay whatever you're good with, man. That's up to you. So I was going to go back because we're talking about if they won those 5, 6, or 7 of those games. Thank God they didn't, because we wouldn't have anything that we have today. And the team would still be as crappy as they were last year, and probably win less games. Because the other thing we were talking about, too, with the weakness of schedule, if you guys remember last year at the beginning of the season, the Bears actually had the second easiest schedule. And by near the end of the season, it was the second or third hardest.
Right.
Go back. I'm not sure I got the numbers right, but I know it's something like that. It literally flipped. So I can't go on any of that. Thank God they didn't win it. They didn't win those games because, again, we wouldn't have DJ Moore. We wouldn't have Wright. Look at what we wouldn't have if coincidence. Sometimes it's a good reason we didn't have the luck that Minnesota did. Watch how bad they're going to be this
straight
year.
defensive or goal line stances against the Washington team. I can't remember. The Commanders. Yeah.
It should have been
the
Washington.
Straight, but
I was at that game.
There was like 2 against the Packers, and they didn't get the touchdown. And there was questionable calls on every one of them, or at least a couple of them.
Roquan, they decided. I feel that this season.
Seriously, it's starting to. I'm starting to feel fucking conspiracy theory here against Bears quarterbacks. Like, is the league not allowing it to happen, and they have to have their crony come on and talk shit about Bears quarterback when he's one of the. He listen, guys. If Justin Fields,
Andrew,
he's in the top 5 of the rushing quarterbacks of all time. He's correct. He's number 2 in history. He has like 3 Bears records.
Right.
He broke his own record like 3 fucking times. Yes.
How about this, guys?
You, Colin Cowherd.
No
quarterback.
You, dude. Let
no
that
quarterback
go. Go, Paul.
No quarterback in the NFL has scored more than 3 rushing touchdowns with 50 yards rushing or more. So 3 times in their career. I think Steve Young did it 3 times, and Justin Fields did it 3 times in a fucking month. In 1 month.
Yes.
In his second year, right? Which is technically his first year was a half year. So it's like, dude, the ceiling on this kid is so high. His intelligence is through the roof. He's processing quick. His work ethic's great. His character's great.
His processing.
That's how you want to bash him for, like, you know what I mean?
Makes a great quarterback? Processing ability.
Video views.
Yes.
Well, that's one thing with Fields. Even you alluded to it a little bit ago as well. It's not like he's not going through the progressions and making the right reads. He's getting 2 seconds in the backfield, making reads, and then running for his life, so he doesn't get his head taken off. I mean, would you rather see him get sacked? What was it, 14 times against Cleveland or something crazy in his rookie season?
Right.
You know,
9.
Justin Fields is doing everything he can to win, and he's the best athlete on the field at all times in a lot of scenarios. And, you know, if there's nobody to pass the ball to, he just steps up and puts it on his shoulders and runs in for a touchdown. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the 30-yard runs as long as he's smart and doesn't get himself hurt. Sustainability is going to be a big thing moving forward. You look at a lot of rushing quarterbacks, Lamar Jackson comes to mind, and the injuries start to pile up when you don't protect yourself in the way that you should. And I think Justin's smart. He realized towards the end of the season that he really had to start making smarter decisions in that regard. And he wants to pass the ball, guys. At the end of the day, he just had nobody to throw to. 90% of the receiving core on the roster would have been practice squad guys for other teams.
Dante Pettis was a practice squad guy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, in fact, I'm not even sure he was. I think 31 other teams didn't even allow him to practice with them when we picked him up. so I don't even. Yeah, it's working with nothing.
I'm hoping Pettis.
It's random trivia time.
Like I said,
And before I end,
I'm hoping Pettis ends up on the Packers somehow this year.
Yeah, he might.
all right. We have, let's see. What is the name of this one? I have to remove this for really quick because I have to make sure I know what that one is.
That's rough.
All right.
You don't know nothing. Oh shit!
All right. So because I don't know the answer to these questions, so I have to make this, and then my wife puts them on a card so I can show the answer.
Hard,
I want to guess with you guys. Yeah.
Rocking hard.
Rocking hard.
Yeah,
If PJ was on the show, he would have got that way before you.
Jesus.
He's a master.
Yeah.
What is the nickname of the Bears safety duo of Gary Fensick and Doug Plank? A, the Hitmen. B, the Maniacs. C, the Boom Boys. Or D, Rock and Hard Place.
Caught between a rock and a hard place. No, that's not my answer.
So I think the NFL used to incentivize hard hits. So I'm going with the Hitman.
I'm also going to say A. Not going to lie, guys. Gary Fensick and Doug Plank, although I know the players were a little before my time. So.
Yeah, I have no clue. So
I think I'm gonna go with A too.
Well, when I was first started playing, I was Doug Plank and my buddy Marky Marbach was Gary Fensick. Man, we've actually broke some kids' ribs. We were just mean and nasty like that. And A, the Hitman, was also the Southside White Sox slang for about 4 or 5 years in the 70s. So I'm going to go with A, the Hitman, because that's the answer.
All right.
Oh, there you go. So the guy who actually knows.
So we got, let's see what chat says.
I was there.
Doug Van Dorn says A, the Hitman. STC says A. Squeegee says A. Doug Van Dorn says, I like D as a nickname, though.
That's a song by the Rolling Stones, too.
All right, let's see what the answer is. I'm just going to show it right here. A, the Hitmen.
All right.
Nice.
All right.
That was 70s, man. I don't. If you guys ever get a chance, go watch some film of them two playing together. Because Plank was unbelievable. That he killed himself in the long run because he was such a freaking. Well, back then you could spear and shit, but he would knock you out, man. He would try to Dick Butkus people, man. Just take them out of the fucking game. So,
I got some stats for you guys. I know I kind of went over this with Shorty the other day a little bit, but here's an interesting one. So since the year 2000 and moving forward, right? Any Bears that player that was on the team from 2004, not finished their career in 2004, but receiving yard leaders. Who are the top 5?
Since 2000? Because I was going to start
since 2000 forward. Since 2000 forward. No. Since 2000 forward. In the modern era of football.
I'm trying to make sure I can get the names right. We got another random trivia question here.
Yeah, he's got some good ones, actually.
I'm going to say Brandon Marshall has to be on that list.
Brandon Marshall is on that list.
Definitely.
Hold on. Don't give up the order.
Okay.
I don't even remember the order.
Well, I
Sweet.
don't know what the order is, but I'm trying to think of the guys that would have been on it. And
Musaf
Curtis
Muhammad.
Conway in the 2000s.
No,
No,
so
90s.
Musin Muhammad is not on it. He's actually down in the teens.
I was gonna say Moosin. Who's the dude that went to Florida? That we traded to Florida. That might be 90s too, man.
Yeah, probably.
Bernard
Because I'm telling you right now, it's not a great list.
Barium.
Is Alshon
Bernard
Jeffrey in
Berry
that
is-
list?
Alshon Jeffrey is number 1.
Alshon, I forgot all. I don't know how I could forget about
And
him.
look, he was only here 4 years, right?
Yep.
We didn't even sign a fit. So in 4 years.
How many
he's our
yards?
number
Because he
1.
could have broken it in a couple more yards, right?
So Alshon Jeffrey had 45-49, and he's number 3rd all time on the Bears.
Who's first? Johnny Morris?
Johnny Morris.
Harlan Hill, yes.
5,000
Since 2000,
Yeah, and those guys are 50 guys.
5,059 for Johnny Morris.
Morris wasn't even a wide receiver.
If
He
we
was
would have
a
picked
flanker
up his
coming out of the
5th-year
backfield.
option, he would have been number 1, right? So yeah, Alshon Jeffrey's 1. Okay. Number 2 is a tricky one.
The guy who won.
Doug Van Dorn's on to you.
Okay, well, listen, Doug Van Dorn. Yeah, Forte is number 2. We got a running back.
Yes.
As our number 2 all-time receiver since 2000, right? So
Mhm.
Forte has 4,116 yards. Who's number 3?
Alshon Jeffrey.
No, he was 1.
Sorry,
That's for me, though.
Traded him to the Vikings. Or he signed with the Vikings.
Brandon Marshall. So it wasn't
He
Brandon Marshall?
signed with the Rams. He signed with the Rams. Hey, play that Matt Nagy clip again. Maybe that'll remind you. Maybe that'll remind you who our wide receiver was here.
You did say the
I'm
name.
not even going to get into that. I have zero thought.
Yeah, it's Allen Robinson.
That's
This is our
A-Rob.
third.
Okay.
It's our third completing wide receiver since the year 2000. Then we got Brandon Marshall at 4. And number 5 is Devin Hester, who's never supposed to be a wide receiver. Guys,
Wow.
the bar is not set that high here.
Yeah.
Like, it's really, really, really not. There's a goddamn running back on the fucking list.
Well, you know it's
This
got to
is
suck
doable.
when it
This is
starts off
doable,
with
you
your
know?
best receiver of all time is actually a fucking running back from 50, 60 years ago.
Right.
What does that tell you?
Right. No.
Guys, if Greg Olson was like, if he retired a Bear with those stats, he would have almost double Johnny Morris as a tight end.
Well, I figure DJ can break Morris in 5-6 seasons at the most if he's here that long.
Yeah, we just need to sign DJ to 1 extension after this.
Right.
If he's here for 4 or 5 years, he'll be
Right.
number 1 easily.
Right. That's an interesting list, fellas. Really interesting to hear that Devin Hester's on that list at 5. As you alluded to, just because he was never supposed to be a wide receiver and he didn't want to play receiver. He was very vocal about that being a return man was his specialty, and obviously the greatest return man of all time and deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, in my opinion. But top 5 receivers since 2000, I don't know about that. The bar's not set very high. You know, we run into these career-ending injuries like Kevin White and Johnny Knox, you know, all these guys that showed so much promise over the last 23 years. And the future's finally looking up for Bears fans.
I think so. I love the addition of Robert Tonyan, too, coming from McHenry and pulling him from the Packers. And I think that's just going to open up the passing lanes for DJ. I think what they're doing is it all leads to DJ Moore becoming the guy. And if he's not, it's going to be somebody else. He's that missing piece that we needed.
Absolutely. You have a true bona fide number 1 receiver out there on the field, which takes pressure off of Chase Claypool, takes pressure away from Darnell Mooney. You drafted Tyler Scott, who many considered a steal in the late rounds. And this offense looks completely better than it did last season. As you mentioned, Bobby Tonyan, nice acquisition, got him for a fair market price, and he's a guy that's very similar in numbers to Cole Kmet. I mean, if Justin builds some chemistry with him, now you've got 2 big tight ends who you can have box other players out in the end zone for touchdowns, and That makes the red zone a little bit easier, hopefully. And then you've really got the ability to stretch the field. Darnell Mooney coming out of the slot, going to be very explosive as your number 3. You know, there's a saying, you can't cover everybody, right? So I think Darnell Mooney's going to strive this year. He's going to surprise a lot of people in terms of his production, simply because they have to cover DJ Moore double in certain situations. And then you've got Chase Claypool, who's another big-bodied guy who can go up and get a 50-50 ball. So I'm interested to see what this season brings. I think there's definitely upside on the offensive side of the ball. I'm a little skeptical with the defensive picks we made, both in the second and third. I like the additions to the D-line, but I really would have liked to see them sign an edge rusher, tried and true edge rusher, that is. Yeah. Obviously, there's talks of the guy from Washington, right, Chase Young, becoming available.
Are there? Is that real?
It was out there, and then it fizzled.
I'm sure if they got
I'm pretty sure they signed him
again.
No, they didn't pick up his 5th-year option.
Oh, they did.
So this is his 4th season, is what the deal is. They were talking about trades.
Yeah. Yeah, if you start off hot, you can still make a trade before week 6.
Right. The one thing,
you can
guys,
still make a trade early on and go for somebody else.
Andrew, go ahead.
No, you're fine. The one thing I did want to get your guys' opinion on before I have to jump off for the night is Velus Jones and where he fits into this offense. So I think Velus Jones could potentially be cut. I mean, I don't want to go that far, but you look at the depth that we have at receiver now and all the fumbles, drop balls, dropped kick and punt returns that he had last season. And it's a real cause for concern when you have so much depth at the wide receiver position now that you could potentially be moving on from a guy who was a 3rd-round pick just a year ago, right?
Yeah. So if I could answer this first, and then I'm going to go grab another beer real quick. So, definitely, first of all, they showed that they don't have these. I love what Rivalry is doing. He showed that he doesn't have ties to his picks just because they're his picks and they're high picks. That guy wanted to be demoted to the practice squad last year after a couple fumbles and whatnot. So there is no, hey, we have to try and make this work out and this and that and whatnot. There's no Adam Shaheen scenario where just because he's our 2nd-round pick, we got to keep trying this bullshit. No, if he sucks, he's going to get cut. And when you look at this wide receiver room, listen, this is a team with a fullback on it. This is a team that might actually run 2 tight end sets out there, meaning that they're going to need a 3rd tight end on the roster too. So there's so many roster spots on the team, right? And you have DJ Moore, Darnell Mooney, Chase Claypool, right? You have Travis Scott, St. Brown, who they signed to a 1-year deal, Pettis, who they signed to a 1-year deal, who do have some chemistry. But listen, if they're your 5 and 6, they were your 2 and 3 last year. You know what I mean? They were played out of position. If they were 5 and 6, what they would do statistically then would be acceptable. And then you have Velus Jones Jr. And so that's, you got 7 guys on the team. Travis Scott too. I'm pretty sure I mentioned it, but 7 guys total. I'm pretty sure you're only keeping 6. So one of them's going. So
you're right. It could be Velus Jones.
It could be Velus Jones. It could be Pettis. It could be St. Brown. I believe it's one of those 3. And then wild cards is it could be Chase Claypool, but I don't think that'll happen. But
Doug Van Dorn points out that he has the fastest time of anyone on the Bears roster. Period. He's worth investing more time in.
Correct. You picked up Pettis off the practice squad. You might as well get rid of him before. I don't know.
He might be fast, but he's not shifty. He's not shifty, quick, fast. He doesn't have all of the. He's fast. He's fast, but there's a lot more to that than just fast.
Multiple factors involved here, guys. I think, anyways. Number 1, cost. He's still on the rookie deal. Number 2. All he's been doing lately is working on punt returning with a left-footed kicking punter and a right. So I mean, even after OTAs when he went home, he was working on returning punts. So I think that's his mainstay thing. And then if you look at his last 3 games last year, go back and watch the last 3 games he played in. Those last 3 games, he seemed to have more confidence. And I think you mentioned this a few weeks ago, Dan. It looked like he was forcing himself to do way too much on his team, just putting too much pressure. I mean, I'm looking at it as if I'm him because that's me, man. I'm like, all right, I'll make this fucking team better by myself. If you get that mentality, you can. It can be turned negative on you. You know, I'm not saying I'm right. I actually say though that
because he
he's
came
going to
out
have a
saying,
breakout season, and I think he will stay on the Bears, man, because they've got options with these receivers, and you can never have enough good receivers. Never.
he
Disagree
came out
with me
saying
on
that his maturity with being in college for he's 25. He thinks it's going to help him. It may have backfired because the game was it was harder for him to learn than he thought,
Right.
which was, I'm sure, for a lot of most players, so
And
now
all these-
it could be where he is a factor though this season, and maybe it's somebody else that doesn't make the team. Like
all these guys coming off a
what's
COVID
his name?
season missed a regular year of workouts and preparation.
Yeah.
At least
This is
9 to
true.
12, 14 months, all of them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I look at Velus this way right now. Okay, there can't be any sophomore jinx because he shouldn't be a sophomore by now. He should be in his third year due to COVID and other factors that arrived. His age, and if he would just calm down and let the game come to him because he's got all the tools, and we know that. I mean, well, I believe you can see that if you look at his college film and even go back and look at those last 3 games, man. He caught a couple really nice passes. So I don't know. I look at how Poles is because I am a big Poles guy from the day he signed him. I was like, finally, 60 fucking years and we got a guy who really knows fucking people. He was a fucking scout. My fucking life. We finally got somebody who's going to go get some decent players again.
Yeah.
Back in the day, it was Jim Finks, and we had what's his name, Gabriel, and those guys in the early 2000s. But nothing ever long term, man. Nothing ever long term enough. I mean, Finks came in early. It took him like 6 years to build that team, man. He started in 75 or 76. And about 79, when he drafted Hampton and a couple of them other guys in that draft, that's when he finally turned the corner. I mean, he was involved with Peyton and stuff, but I see Velus as staying on the team because he's on the rookie deal. He's got 3 more years left on that contract. Pettis is a 1-year deal. I don't know the exact terms. There's got to be
that's the name I was thinking of that Velus could be playing.
that he's going to get. And what has he done? We've seen what he is. We saw it all season. We know exactly what Pettis is. That's why he's not still with Kansas City. Nobody else picked him up because he is what he is.
Right.
You hit him in the hands and he drops the ball.
I put my stock in that. Unless he looks absolutely freaking terrible in training camp and in a preseason game or 2. And even then, I still, because I don't know the guy. I'm not talking to
him. All right,
him.
shut up. It's your turn. You were about to say what?
No, caught me off guard there. But no, ultimately, I think that Velus is a guy who has the ability to be great. I think, as Foster alluded to, he's got a bad case of the jitters, and that's really kind of when you get that taste in your mouth, so to speak, as a player, especially as a rookie, it's hard for you to overcome that, and you just want to put so much pressure on yourself. And I do like that Velus was down in Florida with Justin Fields and team practicing, getting some extra reps in. Obviously, that's all voluntary by choice, non-official for the team, but these guys on the offense are going out and building chemistry in all the right ways. St. Brown was kind of a signing that interested me only because he's a great blocking option for Justin Fields when he goes downfield, but you don't really see a lot of sustainability or really promise out of him. We definitely got the wrong St. Brown brother out of that deal, one would say. But
yeah,
they got exactly who they knew they got. That's why they got him. They exactly knew who he was.
I do appreciate you guys having me on tonight, and I do apologize for the technical difficulties there at the beginning.
No worries.
The next time I join you, I will be on my A game, so to speak. So
we appreciate you wanting to come back, first of all.
Yeah.
We'd love to have you back.
I appreciate it, guys. I do have to jump off. I've got another obligation I got to get to, but thank you.
Run your show again. Give us the day and time of your show when you're on.
Absolutely. So our show is Thursday nights at 7:30, 8 p.m., same time slot as you guys. As you know, we are looking to possibly move that to Wednesday or Friday to be a little more accommodating for my partner, but you can find me over on the Undefeated Sports Network Follow me on Twitter at Tarbell_1252. I'll be posting all sorts of stuff as we prepare for the season, and appreciate you guys having me on and look forward to chatting with you in the future.
Big fan, Andrew. Thank you very much for coming on and joining us tonight.
Have a good
Thanks,
weekend,
guys.
brother.
Take care.
Stay
We'll
safe.
talk soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Nice guy. I like him, dude. I like him.
Nice guy. Busy guy, too.
Yeah.
Taking out his time from doing his own things tonight to hop on with.
And he's got a family that he takes care of, too. So, he is a busy guy, man.
Yeah.
I saw something about, here. I wanted to show this real quick because we were talking about it.
I was going to hang my 1-year-old's little Urlacher jersey in the back, but I couldn't pull it out in time.
Oh, man, yeah, I got to see that. That's cool shit.
I had her all dressed up during the season and everything.
I was just talking to a guy today. He's 42, and I'm like, dude, how did you become a Bears fan? I wish I had my phone. I would have interviewed. And he told me this whole story. He was 4 years old, and the Bears were winning the Super Bowl. And his grandmother told him, it's the Bears. It's a big deal. They're going to win the Super Bowl for the first time ever, blah, blah, blah. So the next year for Christmas, he got one of those kids' full jerseys, and he's been a Bear fan since he was 5 years old, man.
Nice.
That's fucking amazing.
I didn't do the story justice. I was trying to even get him on here. His name's Phil Berry. He's probably listening right now because he's kind of shy, but it's a good story. It's about 5 minutes the way he tells it. So,
what happened to PJ? He wasn't in chat.
He was in chat.
He said he might be
said
joining.
He was beat though from the practices today, man.
Oh yeah, they were doing like a 7 to 9 practice or something.
I mean, listen, guys. If you guys want to fill more time, I got more time and I got more to talk about. I can keep going.
Absolutely. So. You know what? I'm gonna take a leak, and you go, man.
All right. So
you stay as long as you want, man. We'll just get rid of Dan and we'll have a real show.
All right. So hey, so like I did the top 5 wide receivers. So let's talk just all time top 3 Bears quarterback passing leaders by yards, right? By yardage. So number one is Jay Cutler, 23,400 yards, right? Yeah. Number 2, we go back to your time, Sid Luckman, 14,686. And number 3, we got Jim Harbaugh. 4, we got Jim McMahon. 5, we got Mitchell Trubisky, right? Jim Harbaugh's at 11,567. Man, so 24,000 yards is the number to beat by Jay Cutler, right? Fields is at 4,200, I believe, so far in his career.
Yeah.
So, if he puts about 6 years in of 3,000-yard seasons, he's got it, right? We just have to sign him pretty much to one extension. Yeah, that's what I mean. This, it's amazing when you start going through the league and you start saying, okay, well, let's look at some career numbers for guys. Like Jameis Winston has more than 24,000 yards. If he played his whole career, he would be the number 1 Bears quarterback. Derek Carr has more than that. If he played his whole career here, he'd be the number. I mean, the list is stupid for how low the bar is set. But for some reason, like I said, there's the stigma here that it's set so high that, it just, it's going to change. It changes.
Goes back. This is a history that's been going on. If you go back from the time that passing came into the NFL, and this is Halas's theory, is you get the good defense, you get the bruising or the quick running back, quarterback don't matter. This was his thing. He goes, you could take anybody because all they're supposed to be are game managers. Well, it turns out you're talking about our number 2 guy, Sid Luckman. If you go back and you look at the history, he's the first game manager that had all this. If I could show you clips of him doing shit that Mahomes is doing today, running the opposite way, throwing a sidearm pass over a dude for a touchdown in the 40s, 1942 to be exact. So, but I mean, they've never had that thing because of Halas. He never put a priority on the quarterback. That's why we had all these sucky teams from like the 60s into the 70s. Just never did.
But it's not like these trends just keep going. It's not like they just keep going just to keep going. Like, for example, okay, what is your confidence level in Jordan Love being a Hall of Fame quarterback?
Mine is fucking almost zero.
Yeah, right, almost zero. So, okay, so if the trend doesn't continue there, if the trend does not continue there in a positive direction, why the hell do we keep thinking that it's just going to continue here in the negative direction just because it's going to continue? Like, it's just listen, I get it's been a while, but like you said, the Bears have built their teams in a specific way. And like I was saying earlier, defensive teams tend to spike. We've had those spikes. I mean, we went to a Super Bowl in 2006. We went to an NFC Championship in 2010. Some teams have still never been to a fucking Super Bowl, right? So, yeah, exactly. So, listen, you got to take the good with the bad, and because of the style we were building in, it's just that's how they were going to do it. And if it was going to happen, it was going to happen. If it wasn't, it wasn't. Dude, it's very easy. Once we got rid of Lovie Smith, when Phil Emery and whatchamacallit, oh God, the class. I can't believe I'm stumbling on his name right now, but the coach from Canada. Yeah. What's his name? Mark Trestman. Mark Trestman and Phil Emery. So Phil Emery as a GM got fired after 2 years. That's not typical. Like usually GMs get 2 coaches to go through before they get canned. But this guy did such a terrible job that in 2 years they got rid of him. You dug yourself into such a hole financially with bad signings with Tarbell and guys like Lamar Houston, this and that. Where then you hire Ryan Pace and John Fox to clean up the mess. And that's what John Fox did. In 3 years, he overturned the whole roster, right? And then he left you with Vic Fangio and an up-and-coming defense. And what did Ryan Pace do? He kind of pushed the chips all in again. He traded a first-round pick away from, you saw these gambles. You saw trading up for Mr. Trubisky, trading up for, who was it? Was it Adam Shaheen or was it the right receiver, Anthony Miller? I believe he traded up for one of them, if not both of them. So you saw these bad moves, and I don't blame injuries on the GM, but when these things start, compiling all these issues, then you have to throw Kevin White in there. You started it off with Kevin White, and then all this crap happened.
I got to look at every one of them honestly.
Yeah, you were trading up for garbage that wasn't staying on your team, that wasn't signing long term, and this and that. So once again, you dug yourself into another little hole. And what we've seen right now out of Ryan Poles is just it's fantastic. The guy's taking a very conservative approach to the team. I think he got a little. I think initially when he first got the job, there was a little bit of a spark, a little bit of I need to make a splash move, and he tried to go out and sign Larry Ogunjobi for some big money. And he came here and failed the physical. I think he took a step back and said, wait a second. Yeah. Maybe this isn't the right thing to do. Maybe I'm just rushing it.
Hey, at least he was
backed off and moved on because
sound enough. Right. To make the mistake would have been a bad idea.
Yeah, so even if the Chase Claypool move, even if that winds up being a bust, show me the GM in the league. That's perfect. I mean, these guys, as long as they hit 50% of the time or more, they're great. You know what I mean? So the first draft, for us to get the amount of players that we did, I mean, when you look at the left tackle position, the top 3 guys drafted, I believe 2 of them didn't even finish the season. Yeah. Braxton Jones outplayed all of them. He's the only Bears player to play every single offensive snap last year. And that's a great pickup in a late round.
Here, let me throw this in about Braxton Jones. So I did like 300 and something mocks. Not one single mock could I get him that late in the draft. He was always gone in the 4th round. And I also stated this on a show right after we drafted him last year. It might have been as late as August or September of last year. My 2 big things, because I was looking at film of him and Jatiri Carter, and I kept telling everybody, these guys are going to be starters on this line this year. Because I thought they were. Jatiri let me down, but Braxton, you go back and look, I mean, and that guy is just so smart and he learns things so quick. That was the key to his development. He learned everything quick in the preseason, in training camp and preseason games. He outplayed every other left tackle that we had on the team. Far.
And he played all 16 games.
That's what he just
17
said.
games.
All 16 games.
Only player to play every snap on offense.
That's big. Now, can he stay healthy his sophomore year and not have any of that low? I hope so, and I think so, because I really like having Tevin and him next to each other. They should be hanging out a lot. They can help each other with their games, man. I think that's going to be a great mix on that side of the line, hopefully for 7-8 years, man. I'm hoping.
That is a guy that I love putting the film together on.
Yeah.
Man, you don't usually get much film on offensive line. This guy plays through the whistle. He's got such a motor. He's a mad dog. He's a mad dog. He's coming to hit you. Don't turn your back to him because he's going to chase you down. He's still going to hit you. If there's a pile, he's jumping on top of it every time. I love watching the A22 film and just watching him run around, pushing guys out of bounds. And he's very raw. But there's a lot of good potential there. Now, his biggest issue has been health.
His health.
But
that's it.
But and then hopefully he can stay healthy. But the big key here is Sam Mustafer is no longer on this team.
Yeah.
You want to know why? You want to talk about why we got 3 wins? Let's look at the position snapping the fucking football every play. And
I alluded to it earlier with him, man.
Oh man.
1, 2. Oh, sorry, Sam's in my face. I can't do anything. I better freaking run.
There were so many bad examples. I don't even want to bring them up, but yeah.
But you know what? And we've said this before. But let me ask you this because we talked about this. No, that season was crappy because we won 3 games. But wasn't it a fun, edge of your seat, sitting, enjoyable season? Even though we sucked.
I've created a whole YouTube channel off. Is there excitement? Hell yeah. There's excitement. There's plays. And, this was definitely one of the most important and iconic off seasons for the Bears, which is why I'm so glad they traded this pick back. And listen, on the channel, I got video. It's there. It's recorded. Calling ESPN, specifically Black and Abdallah. And I told him, it was like week 12, week 13. I was like, why do you want to win another game? And they're like, well, because that would mean that Justin Fields is playing well. I'll go, okay, why can't he play well and the defense have us lose? But, why do you want to end the season with 5 or 6 wins and be stuck picking garbage and not have any capability to move around? Whereas if you just lose out at this point, I go, you have the potential to not only have the most cap space, but the number 1 pick. And then if you trade that pick back, do you know what kind of ransoms you get for number 1 picks? And they stood by it. No, we need to win. Well, there's something to learning to win. Okay, learning to win really helped Mitch Trubisky, right? Of his first 12-4 season really taught him how to keep on fucking winning in this league, didn't it? No, it did. You think Justin Fields loses to the Lions, goes home sits down on his couch and goes, well, I'm a fucking loser now. That's it. I lost the Lion. I'm just a fucking loser now. Right. No, this guy's a dog. He wants to win every game. Like I said, that's part of the reason why he got so many rushing yards from him is because there's no trust in any of the receivers picking up a first down, so it's all on his shoulders. And, my only concern with that is that's not usually how you groom a quarterback. That's usually how you ruin a quarterback. But, man, that's why I'm glad we got him the help as fast as we did with some more offensive talent because he needs it. We can't have him keep trying to do everything on his own. He's going to get hurt that way. It's not a way to, consistently play that position. And like you were saying earlier, somebody said he's got to stay healthy. Listen, Russell Wilson is a running quarterback. He has stayed healthy. Mm-hmm. He played 9 years straight without missing a game. You can do it. Just slide, go out of bounds. Fields does that. He tries to slide. He tries to go out of bounds. He's not trying to take hits. And it's different when you're also in motion and you take a hit and you can roll out of it. I had a friend who skateboarded when we were growing up, and it's like the guy could fall and he just rolls, pops right back up like it's nothing because he knows how to use his body with the motion to just not absorb the hit. I would just fall flat and kill myself. And that's why I was no good. But same thing. If you're a standing wall in the pocket and you get a blindside hit, that's worse than getting smacked from the side while you're running up the sideline,
The good thing is, if you go back and you look at his runs over the season, when he was running, he got hit a lot less than when he was standing in the damn pocket. I think we were talking about this before, Shorty.
Well, you brought up the Browns game with the sacks.
Yeah.
There's an example.
Fuck it. I can't count on my receivers. I definitely can't count on this line. I've got 1.3 seconds to make a decision to throw the ball. Who can do that?
He's a dog. He wants to win. You know what I mean? Nobody. He wants to win. He does.
Right? Oh, dude, you can see it.
He wants to win. Yeah.
You can see that he would kill. That's why I call these guys they're homicidal because they would kill to win the Super Bowl. I'm talking about most of the players on the Bears today, right now. That's one of the things that I like that Poles is getting. All these guys are hungry and they want this shit. They want.
And he's going and he's getting hometown talent too,
That
like
too.
that wants to be Bears fan, or they grew up Bears fans. They want to play for the Bears. Like if you or I remember growing up thinking, if I was like the Peyton Manning in this draft, I would be like, I'm not going to play for anybody. The Bears have the 9th pick. I'm not going to play for anybody but the Bears. So don't even bother drafting me. I will hold out the entire season. And then I'll tell the Bears, just take me in the 6th round. I don't give a shit. Just draft some other players ahead of me so you can take me in the 6th round, and then I'll be your quarterback, and we can go win the 10 Super Bowls.
That's funny. That
was my thinking as a kid. How much I loved.
But pay me first-round quarterback money.
So, like, I know these kids
the
don't think that way, but they're on the team now, and they have the same love. They grew up with the same love. By the way, TJ Edwards, a guy that my high school friend, his son is a major league. He's the first baseman for the Oakland Athletics, and he actually coached TJ Edwards all throughout high school, and he was going to come out. We're going to do a high school reunion type show, but we have to move it to next Wednesday. But he tried to get TJ Edwards on the show with us that night, but he's like too shy. But like he actually coached TJ Edwards. So like having so there's TJ Edwards, there's the tight end, then there's other various players. There's Komet. Tremaine Edmonds, yeah.
The biggest
when
signing.
You have that fire and passion and you're playing for the team that you love and you grew up loving, that has to mean something.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's huge.
Especially if you're good.
Yeah, I like that they get guys that want to try. The concern I have, and I actually have this written down as one of the things I want to bring up. So the small concern I have with Edmonds and TJ Edwards is, listen, we've revamped our linebacker core, and like you said, Jack Sanborn was plugged right in. It's the style of defense.
Yes.
Really, that position, you don't have to be an all-star. You're going to get you're going to get tackles. You know what I mean? It's going to come in, you're going to get tackles. But the thing is, though, it's so dependent on the defensive line.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want these guys bleeding through to the linebackers all the time. And, I think Edwards and Edmonds have a really, really tall task ahead of them, seeing as how – and they've tried to do some work on this defensive line. I really hope DeMarcus Walker makes a big splash. I think he's got – first of all, I love him off the field. Any interview you have to check out that guy. DeMarcus Walker is a trip on the mic. He's a cool dude. He's the guy that they asked him. They go, is the quarterback that's here one of the deciding factors in you signing here? His answer was abso-fucking-lutely.
Yeah.
So he seems like a real cool guy. But hopefully that defensive line can get some pressure. Now, you saw some stuff out of Dominique Robinson early on. However, it didn't last throughout the season. There was a quick flash early on, but consistency is what matters here. And we went 5 games without a sack until the guy that got a sack was Armand Watts, who was a defensive tackle. We picked up off of waivers a week before the season started, and that's the guy who ends up getting a sack for you after 5 weeks of not getting a sack. I mean, it's thin there. It's very, very, very thin.
What feels different to me about this season than others is, yes, every season I go into this season thinking, okay, maybe the guys that they signed are going to EQ, all the one-hit wonder, the one-year signings, like the linebacker last year and the defensive line, Akeem or Al-Qadim Muhammad, things like that. Yeah, you think like, okay, so you get on board with it. You're like, okay, well, this could be a good signing. If they can just translate from Eberflus's old system to this, that could be a big hit. Maybe we can make something out of this and make a multi-year contract. But you have that hope. But in the bottom of your gut that it's not going to be that way. But as a Bears fan, you're like, I have to give into this and give my hope into this, give my faith into this. And then once again, it's spoiled and you're wrong once again. This doesn't feel like that with this regime. This feels like the first draft of polls combined with this past draft, they feel different. Plus the free agent signings that we just had this past year feels different. I don't truly feel in the bottom of my gut, like I have for most of my life, that I'm like trying to build myself up to believe in something that is bullshit. This year around, it feels to me like I'm actually believing in something that's real. And maybe it's not this year. I could be full of shit thinking, we can make the playoffs this year, much less win the Super Bowl. But I still have that feeling, and I think that's what we all have as Bears fans moving forward.
I don't think it just feels different. I think it is different. And so, like, let me just give you one example. Okay, say Justin Fields goes out there and just shits himself at midfield, right? And it's just terrible all year. Guess what? We got a backup plan. We got 2 first-round picks next year that we can package together, go up and get whoever the fuck we want. It is different. When's the last time the Bears have had 2 first-round picks? Play your little trivia thing. When's the last time the Bears have had 2 first-round picks?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah. Huh? Oh, close. 04. It was the Rex Grossman draft. So the first pick was like pick 12. They picked some defensive end whose name I struggle to remember because he didn't do shit. 2 picks later, 3 picks later, Troy Polamalu went to the Steelers. That I do remember. Yeah. And then pick 19 went Rex Grossman. And so it's been about 20 years since we've had.
That was a 2003 draft.
Was it? Okay, so it was 2003. So it has been 20 years.
The first pick in 23.
I mean, I can look it up.
Last year?
2003. Who was the first pick before Grossman then? Was that
It was a defensive end.
John? It wasn't John Theory, was it?
Let me check here. Hold on. So, no, it's going to be Michael Haynes.
That's it.
Michael Haynes, yes.
Yeah. I was just
2
talking.
picks later, Troy
Polamalu.
Polamalu. And then at pick 22 was Rex Grossman. So
Retro, thank you so much for super chat. $2 from Retro. Fost one-hit wonder. Women wonder why they had 6.
6 hits? I don't know what you got.
I don't know what that means.
This is ongoing. I don't know how much you know our show, Paul, but this is ongoing with me and Retro. And he's going to come after you, too. So it's all in good fun, man. We fuck around all the time.
Retro is our
clown.
Resident comedian. Yeah.
I was on real quick.
He acknowledges that sometimes he goes overboard. So I think he's working on it. I think he's like putting himself through self.
I told him keep the overboard shit for me because I just laughed. Yeah. But I got him back. I hopped on with Aldo the other night.
I'll never forget the one you were like, "What the fuck? Does Retro hate me?"
Yeah. Because it was there was like 30 in a row. He's like, Foster's old. He's ugly. He's a piece of shit. He's a bum.
Foster needs to go jump off a bridge. He's so old.
So Aldo goes, "Hey guys," or he goes, "Hey Foster, what's the worst piece of crap you've seen lately? What's the thing that you've seen lately that makes you feel like shit?" And I just put, "I've seen Retro." I'm saying it wrong, man. I'm saying it wrong. Did we lose Polsky?
Yeah, we lost Polsky.
We're okay.
Polsky Bearsky.
We have not addressed the chat very well tonight. They got a ton.
No, let's get to the chat now. We have some starred stuff, so let's go to that. Squeegee earlier. Squeegee's gone now, but he said, "Think about this: will Fields improving give us a better chance to win than if players around him improved? I think Fields has less to improve than his supporting cast, which is
dead on.
Yeah.
How could you say that any better? Really, I mean, he's dead on, man. Thank God he's got an improved cast around him. I believe.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna find out, but I mean, I think so.
And does not a great quarterback a wide receiver make?
It certainly don't.
Sorry, I lost you there for a minute. My internet.
Okay.
Yeah, no biggie.
We were just addressing questions from chat that we saved. We have another one here from Cliff. You guys think
read that last one to him again? Let's go back and see what's.
I already removed it. It's gone.
All right. You guys think Bears should have hired Brian Dable instead of Flus? Wanted Dable at the time, and he looked good with the Giants. Hell yes. The Brian Dable is the only thing that is good about the Giants right now. However, I think I think some of their GM moves was signing Daniel Jones, which, by the way, Daniel Jones, I think it has the record for only quarterback to have 300 pass yards and 1 touchdown and 75 rushing yards and 1 rushing touchdown in a playoff game.
Wow.
Dude, so Fields could have 75 yards rushing.
But that feels like
so it's
that
just
feels
so
like me being
achievable.
a fan of Trubisky. You know, like it feels like you're like as if I was a Giants fan and I was buying into Daniel Jones, I would feel like I did as a Bears fan buying into Trubisky. Like I know this kid's, and then he has the one flea flicker pass that fucking Javon Wims drops in the end zone in the playoffs against the Saints, and you're like,
listen,
that was his best pass. Now he's gone.
One of my buddies, his second favorite team is the Giants, and although Eli Manning didn't like speak until he was like 8-9 years old. Like they were really, really concerned for young Eli, and he's got 2 Super Bowls with the Giants. So listen, they got a weird way of doing things. If it works out for them, it works out for them. I wouldn't want it personally.
Paulski, you don't know this. I have to tell you the story. Then you don't know this.
Daniel Jones ain't no Eli Manning.
I'm responsible. I am responsible for Eli Manning beating the undefeated Patriots in the Super Bowl, and I'll explain it.
Hey, you see this? It's my Tom Brady signed football.
In 2000,
you disrespect it right now. No, okay.
What was that? 2005? I think that was 2005.
I was at
whatever year that was. I was at the Bears game when they were playing the Bears at home. The Bears at home.
Well, didn't they like beat us like 45-7? Wasn't it?
No, not at all.
Okay.
They had sucked at the time. They had like
the Giants. You're saying the Giants?
The Giants.
Okay.
And my friend who has season tickets, he's literally third row, 30-yard line, and on the visitor side. And that was back when quarterbacks used to throw on the sideline right there. But I changed that rule because the entire fucking game I was screaming at Eli Manning, telling him what a loser he is, that he will never amount to his brother. His brother is a Hall of Famer, and you will never amount to shit, Eli. I was screaming.
You motivated him.
You know when he's standing on the sideline throwing passes, warming up while the defense is out there? I was literally 15 feet from him, just going, "You fucking suck." And finally, the Bears were winning that whole game, and he's looking at me, just going, he's catching the ball, just throwing it back to him, catching it, throwing it back, fucking looking at me. I'm like, yeah, you fucking suck. That's right, you fucking suck. No. He came back. They won the game against the Bears. Then they went to win out. I think they lost one more game. They pretty much won out, went on to the playoffs, beat the undefeated Patriots in the Super Bowl, and I mean, I feel fully responsible for that. I mean, they sucked.
Yeah, thanks to you.
Yeah, so thanks to me, Eli. Come on the show. We can talk about that because I know I guarantee you the way he was
talk about that.
I'm gonna have to thank Mammy though, dude, not you.
It's like I said.
That game, he was just looking at me like you motherfucker.
Defense will spike for you. Defensive teams will spike for you and win it all. They will, even as a 6 seed. It's happened.
63.
But the Patriots kept making the playoffs, and they kept winning Super Bowls after that. And they were more balanced, I'd say, than an offensive base. But when you got an offensive, listen, I think Peyton Manning kind of ruined the quarterback position. All these guys that get paid max money, we expect them to play up to the level of Peyton Manning, essentially. And they're not that. Not many quarterbacks can put a whole team on their shoulders and lead the charge and be worth that maximum amount of money. But I don't know. Like, I think Russell Wilson's a good example of that. He sat there and he had a lot of success early on. It was because he was on his rookie contract and they could afford the Legion of Boom. They could afford a good defense. They had a good running game. And then they had a productive quarterback who was cheap. And when it came time to say, hey, we got to pay Russell, all that had to get dismembered. And now it's on Russell's shoulders. And suddenly you can't get it done. I think there's very few guys in the league that could actually do that and get it done that are worth that money. And that's one of the impressive things I saw from Fields this year. I really feel like he tried to put this whole team on his back and do whatever he could to sit there and try and win. There's a reason people are saying, we should sign this guy and sign this guy. We have the cap room. We still need the cap room to pay this quarterback if he works out. You know what I mean? So it's a rollover effect. We can't spend all this money now. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. So yeah, that's interesting that you take credit for that Eli Manning comeback right there, because
honestly, I truly feel
I'll give it to you. I'll believe
he
you.
wanted to strangle me.
I'm sure when he's sitting at Thanksgiving dinner talking with his family, he's like, "Listen, there was the game against the Bears.
That guy.
There was this one guy that just drove me to insanity. That put me in the zone to go out there."
I'm telling you, it was the entire game. I started off from the.
I'm sure he feels exactly the same way.
The moment the game started, he was there catching passes on the sideline, and while he's warming up, I'm like, you'll never amount to your brother.
Dude,
your brother's a Hall of Famer.
You should go on the Monday night when Eli and Peyton are doing their thing and put that on the screen, man. Hey, dude, you remember me? I told you how much you sucked during that whole Super Bowl.
No, just go back on and don't say, "Do you remember me?" Just go back on and be like, "You suck. You suck. You'll never amount to your brother.
You'll never praise."
Just let the PTSD trigger. You know what I mean?
Brilliant.
He'll just snap into it. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that's how it'll go. Oh man.
Doesn't he have more? Wait, what is that record? Is he tied with his brother for MVPs? So he has the same amount of Super Bowl.
Stop it. He's not better than Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning didn't get the MVP in the second Super Bowl though. That was Von Miller. So he actually has 2 MVPs and 2 Super Bowl wins.
Yeah,
You're welcome, Eli.
You could be the greatest quarterback in the world, and you still might not win.
You're welcome, Eli. Come on the show and personally thank
you. Brad Johnson's got a Super Bowl ring. So does Trent Dilfer.
Yeah.
Oh, PJ,
listen, you can be a loser. You still wind up with one.
The Trent Dilfer team was a Hallis thing, man. Somebody made a comment in there. I think it was Retro about how the Bears were run centric. I think I started. Let me see if I can find that real quick, because you just reminded me of that.
Yeah. What? So what are the things like? Okay.
It just here. The Bears were defensive centric and running back ball control. You can beat me. You can't beat me when you're on the sidelines. It's boring football, but that's what they did.
Yeah.
As long as Hallis was a coach and involved in that team, that's what they did forever.
But I mean, how do you beat Aaron Rodgers?
Well, they did.
You don't let them touch.
You don't.
They did it, but you don't let them touch the ball. You know what I mean? If you're going to beat them, you don't let them touch the ball. Like, so you need that type of game plan to go into it to try and beat some of these guys.
It's so wrong today, because how many of these guys? Oh, I need 52 seconds and you lose.
Yeah, pretty
There's
much.
a handful of them that's like that with,
Yeah, but I believe even in the 90s, I believe it was the Broncos. I want to say John Elway. I'm not sure. I'm a little bit rusty on it. It's been a while since I've done my research on it. But I believe in the 90s there was 3 touchdowns scored within 2 minutes by a team. There was a 21-point swing within the 2-minute mark at some point to win a game. And so I've always I like the Patriots. They're my second favorite team. Against Atlanta, I was sitting at a party at my wife's family's house, and her cousin's friend is there. And this guy's, wearing the Atlanta Falcons hat. All of a sudden, some Falcons fan, just because they're in the Super Bowl. And when they were up 28-3 on the Patriots, and they're all cheering at halftime, I looked at them and I go, listen, man, that's half a football game. They could do the same thing to the Falcons in the next half that the Falcons did to them in the first half. And it got to a point where I was like, oh, man, the time's running out for any time to come back here, and there it is, sack fumble. It's like, okay, turn it over. I go, okay, so here it goes. If you're gonna come back in this game and win this game, you got to turn this momentum positive, and once you know it, just continue. They came back and fucking won it. Man, that's football. That's football, and that's why we love it, right? So, like, you can't count these guys out, especially guys like Mahomes, Rodgers. I mean, these guys can do it. Now, we need Justin Fields, and I was kind of saying this a little bit like, listen, these flashes are great. This is awesome. I'm glad we're seeing this. However, now you need to get to the next level where you have control over what you're doing, and you bust this shit out in the last 2 minutes of a football game. You're faster than everybody. Okay, don't let them know until the end of the game. And at the end of the game, run around everybody and win it. And, it's the next step. It's all a process in this, but it's interesting. So,
absolutely.
I'm well, first off, PJ is going to be joining us here any second.
Oh yeah, I got another topic or two if you want me to bring one up. I wanted to actually talk about.
Actually, you know what? I have one for you. How about this?
Yeah, let's do it. Oh yeah. I like this.
Let's go to this one. Who shares the franchise record for most takeaways in the season? Oh, PJ.
What's happening, people?
PJ.
You guys doing all right?
Coach.
We've missed you tonight. Foster has been boring without you.
I'll be back.
Hey.
I have been, but I'm tired.
I'm fucking with you, Foster.
I've been boring.
No,
You're right, but you know what?
He's getting all upset.
Another 15 minutes, and I'm just going to start fucking off completely. Now PJ's here. I can do it right.
PJ, we have our guest here, Polsky. Say hi to Polsky, Mr. BearsCountry.
Hello, Polsky. How are you, sir?
Good, man. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on your guys' podcast. Really enjoyed my time so far.
So far.
So far. Yeah.
We can mess that up, dude. Don't worry. Just be patient.
Yeah, it's still up to debate.
We're caught her.
It's still early.
Let's do the trivia question, PJ.
You came right into the trivia question, PJ. So
that's what he waited for. He knew it was coming because he already looked up the fucking answer. You gave me to him or something. I'm making shit up already. See, look I'm already awake now.
Right, see? You feed off of him. Who shares the franchise record for the most takeaways in the season? Shares, meaning a couple. So Gary Fensick and Charles Tillman, which is A. B. Tim Jennings and Mike Singletary. C. Dick Butkus and Richie Pettibone. Or D. Mark Carrier and Roosevelt Taylor. Who shares the franchise record for most takeaways in a season? Gary Fensick and Charles Tillman. Tim Jennings and Mike Singletary. Dick Butkus and Richie Pettibone. Mark Carrier and Roosevelt Taylor.
The obvious answer seems like A, so that makes me skeptical on whether or not to pick A.
Right. That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I'm not sure about Mark Carrier and Roosevelt Taylor, but Singletary's a linebacker, Butkus a linebacker. Like Fensick and Tillman were both secondary, right?
Yep.
Were Mark Carrier and Roosevelt Taylor both secondary players?
No.
Roosevelt Taylor, I forgot about him.
Is he a linebacker?
I think so.
That makes me want to go with the two guys in the secondary if we're talking about
Fensick and Tillman. I'm going with A.
Yeah, I think I'm going with the obvious choice A.
I'm going to go with C.
I'm going to go with C because Pettibone was quite the picker-offer back in the day.
The picker-offer?
Yes, he was. I think he had the record for a while.
Picker-offer.
No, Chat is saying Doug Van Dor says A.
That's what my ex-wives call me. Pick him offer.
Let's see. What do you guys have to say here in chat here? We have an A from Doug Van Dorn. Retro says Carrier had 10 in the season.
Oh, so he might be the leader then because
it could be, man.
But Charles Tillman had 7 interceptions and how many fumble recoveries plus Gary Fensick's. He had some high turnover seasons back there in the 80s.
How many interceptions did Butkus have, man? And I know Pettibone had them. Because Butkus, not only did he force fumbles, but the guy, I think he had like 7 or 8 freaking interceptions, man. Maybe more than that.
I mean, I was born in '88. I never saw it, so I can't tell you.
Well, I wasn't there either. Shut up, PJ.
Wait a minute. What do you mean you wasn't there? Stop playing.
We got a J2K sighting. What's up, J2K? He's saying he's going with A.
Fuck a J2K.
Mo Beerman's saying D.
What do we got? What's the answer? I'm ready.
It could be D, man.
All right. What is the answer? The answer is, let's see, most takeaways would be
D. All right. Look at that.
Mark Carrier and Roosevelt Tillman.
So whoever said that Mark Carrier had 10.
Mark Carrier and Roosevelt Taylor.
That's the leader, yeah.
Mo Beerman
Taylor,
had it.
was Taylor on the what? I'm sorry.
Who was Roosevelt Taylor anyway?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Taylor, Chicago Bears, what position? Was he a defensive lineman? Or was he a back cornerback? I'm mixing too many things up.
I thought he was a linebacker. This goes back.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Look
most of
Taylor.
those stats do.
Let's just take a look at his stats. Let's just
60s or 50s?
hold on, let me pull this up here.
He was a good player, man. He's got some stuff.
This was the
He was a
60s.
safety. He was a safety. Yeah. So Butkus, that's it. Butkus, Roosevelt, Taylor, Pettibone, those guys all played together. And matter of fact, he was a big part of that 63 championship team.
Yep.
Free safety.
Wow.
I just forgot.
Good guess. Or good knowledge there if you had that right. Because everyone guessed A here.
Well, as soon as he said Carrier had 10, I'm going, wait a minute. But I couldn't remember. It doesn't matter.
How would Foster know whether or not he was a good player in 1963 unless he was there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, statistically, I'm going to start, I'm not 240 years old, man. Close.
No, we figured out you're 372.
In dog years.
That's why I'm the sniffer of many farts, Dan.
In the middle of it just came in, yeah.
Dan, can you breathe?
Who looks older? Bearsky? Between the two. Not me.
Yeah.
These two guys.
Man,
me, I look older.
You want me to make enemies right away? It's my first time on the show, and you're already pinning me up.
No, there's no enemy making here.
You can't make an enemy no matter how you answer. You can't.
Just look to your. Don't look up. Look to your left. Your right, whatever direction.
PJ, can you take the head off? Okay, all right. You both got a similar. Listen, whichever pick it is, it's not like it's clearly A or B. I mean, it's pretty much 1A and 1B, right? Like, hey, but listen, I'm 1C. I'm right there, right behind you guys. I'm already losing my hair too.
No, you're 1D. Other than I am.
Yeah, probably there. It's kind of show.
I'm not losing no hair.
I shaved mine when I was 25. I went on Halloween. I went as Blue Man, right? So I shaved my head. I had the drumsticks. I was just hitting everything, painted blue. And like 6 months later, it still hadn't grown back. And I was like, that was it, man. That was it. That was the last chance to hair.
PJ's got a full head of hair. So PJ, we were talking about before the show. It was actually before we did the opener.
Like
about
how I
doing
deflected that answer, though. I didn't answer. I just kind of I'm sorry.
Doing a full shave, PJ.
Mm-hmm.
Before the start of the season, before the first game, we everyone here just goes full bald vagina, and we don't shave. We can trim, but we don't shave until the Bears make the playoffs. What do you think?
Negative.
The problem is I have to, like, when I let it go, I start looking homeless. And then I feel the need to play into that character. I start, like walking around with a cup, asking people for change. It's not a good look for me. So no, I got to trim it up.
Hey, I do have a question though. According to Mo Beerman, did Foster actually scout Roosevelt Taylor?
Fucking Mo.
Foster.
So guys, I do have something I wanted to bring up. I know I keep talking, whatever, but one
So
thing
you can't bring up nothing until you answer the question, bro.
Oh, what's the question? Yes, he definitely scouted.
No. Who was older between me and Foster? You thought I was gonna let you forget, huh? Oh, no.
I'm gonna pick Foster, man. I'm gonna pick Foster.
You are.
He's got the glasses going too, so.
You're actually wrong.
I'm wrong. Fuck. Well, whatever.
That's
All right.
okay. I feel older than PJ, man.
You look older too.
Well, if the scrody fits.
You are bald and you have a white beard.
There's my scrody.
PJ's only like as salty as I am.
Yeah, I think I have more gray in my beard than I do in my hair. Easily.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, see, I'm like 9 years your youth, PJ, and I have. If I was 9 years older, I would have more gray than you do right now in your beard. So,
well, it's that healthy living I live.
I bet it is. It's all that fish and spaghetti.
You gotta try it, man. Can't go wrong. Telling you.
You ever have fish and spaghetti, Walski or Bearski?
Fish and spaghetti.
Yeah.
Listen.
Fried catfish and spaghetti.
Listen, I'm Polish, right? And
So
married
I don't know where this is going.
I'm married to an Italian woman.
Oh,
So I've definitely had fried fish, and I definitely have a lot of spaghetti. I don't know if I've had them together.
Thank you.
But it's not the most. Listen, man, I'm not only Polish. I'm like farmland Polish. We're like my family comes from nearly the border by like Belarus, man. You ever hear of fish jello?
No.
Yeah, Google that shit. It's just as disgusting as it sounds. They put this shit out in front of me every Christmas, expecting me to eat it. Like, man, I've been around some weird fish foods.
Fish jello?
Yeah, fish
What
jello.
kind of fish?
Yeah, it's like
Don't surprise me.
dude, I don't know. It's like I don't know.
A whitefish or like a salmon or like a.
They grind up leftover fish with.
I don't know how else to explain it. There's like carrots in the shit and chunks of fish, and then they put like gelatin in it and put it in the fridge.
We're pulling up a picture.
Yeah,
right
man,
there.
it's. I've been around some weird fucking food. So I try and stay away from fish in general, just because I feel like I was scarred as a child growing up with all this stuff. But
I honestly can't find a picture of fish jello.
Okay,
other
hold
than
on.
like
Polish.
She's got PTSD over
How about
fish
this?
jello.
Polish fish jello.
I'm just saying. I just want you guys to keep the same energy towards this fish jello like you do for fish and spaghetti. Keep that same energy there, Shorty.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I said Shorty.
Oh,
see
no.
that? Yeah, you found
I'm
it?
not sure I can, PJ.
Can I?
Look at Dan's face. Oh
I
no!
would much rather eat
no.
fish and spaghetti.
If I can,
Oh,
if
no,
I can share
don't-
my
I don't
screen.
think I can.
I think you can. Do you see a button down there that says present?
Yeah, share screen. Hold on.
Yeah. And all I can find is not appealing. It looks more like soup.
I mean, just look at Shorty's face, man.
It's
Oh,
bad, man.
God, is this it?
Just in the interim while we're waiting, Doug Van Dorn says he had body hair once until he grabbed a cask of liquid
Yeah, no, it's
oxygen.
bad.
Said, "Hey, y'all, watch this!" As he headed over to the barbecue. No more body hair.
But fish and spaghetti, man.
Brilliant,
I don't
Doug. One
know.
of my moves.
I've had chicken and spaghetti.
Oh yeah,
All right, okay. You getting there?
Protein. It's
that's
protein.
actually
We're
good,
halfway
man.
there.
You getting there?
Chicken cooked
Yeah,
right,
whatever.
you shred it
I
up
listen,
and throw it in
I
the
would
spaghetti.
try it. I would try it.
So wait, have you ever had calamari, squid, and spaghetti?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I used
So
to work in
you're-
an Italian restaurant.
I was gonna say if you got the Italian wife, you know
Yeah.
if she knows her
Squid?
shit, you're
Yeah.
probably
squid.
gaining weight living with her.
Squid and spaghetti?
No, she's getting away because of me.
Wow.
She fights off my
here we
bad
go.
habits, but-
So you guys said squid and spaghetti?
I love
No,
cologne,
no.
man.
Calamari.
brought 'em up.
Calamari
Oh.
is like fried squid.
Oh,
There we go.
Yeah, it's like it's sort of as an appetizer. It's not bad. Yeah, fish jello, right?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that is kind of what it looks like. Yeah, put the chunks of carrot in there and the chunks of fish and whatever. But sometimes they add like a whole fish in there.
I have seen that. I'm
Listen,
wondering
man,
how I didn't.
I come from a farm town. They like when I went and saw my grandma. They killed the chicken. They made it for dinner that night. You know, it's that type of place. So, yeah, they make some weird fucking food.
I got lots of friends that were farmers in Poland, and they came over here in the 70s, man. And I can't believe that I never. I might have, because I was drunk a lot then, but
yeah.
I just can't believe I didn't come across it. But I'm pretty sure I've even seen one, like you said.
I am Polish, and I still pass on that shit every year, you know?
Head and all.
Yeah.
Retro, thank you. Thank you, Retro. Another super chat from Retro saying, look at Foster is looking like the missing link.
Okay. So, listen, I answered the question. I wanted to bring up a little Bears topic here.
Oh, yeah.
So, Roshan Johnson is a player I wanted to talk about because I recently made a video about, like, okay, so at the end of the year.
I saw it.
Do you think, yeah, nice. Who do you think will be the top running back? You know, we got Deontay Foreman, we got Khalil Herbert, and we got Roshan Johnson, who are pretty much going to be the running back trio. Which one out of them do you think will wind up leading the Bears in rushing yards? And you know, the one thing about Roshan Johnson that I found really interesting is I was listening to ESPN randomly. It was during the weekend. I was on my way to work, and they had like the D crew in there. But the lady who was hosting the show, I forget her name, but her son went to, I believe it's Texas A&M. I'm sorry, I don't watch much college football, so I don't know where these guys are from. But I believe it's Texas A&M.
Right in.
Yeah, right. But whatever the orange uniform Texas team is, but
except for PJ, of course.
But so her son was like the sports reporter for the football program there, and she had him on as a guest on the show. And when they brought up Roshan Johnson, they brought him up as being the backup to Bijan Robinson. He was kind of like, well, listen, yeah, he's running back number 2, but he's not really the backup to Bijan Robinson. He played more alongside Bijan Robinson. Bijan would get the carries to the outside because he's faster. He's like, this guy would get more of the tougher yards to the inside. They ran a lot of split back situations where those guys were both out on the field at the same time. And so, listen, for one guy to go at pick 8 and for the other guy to go in round 4 where we got him, I think we might have a nice steal there. And I'm going to bring up a year where Ezekiel Elliott got drafted 4th overall, and you go 6-7 games into the year, and what's the narrative? Yeah, Ezekiel Elliott is the best rookie running back. But look at this guy, Jordan Howard, drafted in round 4, who's right behind him doing the same exact thing. What did the Cowboys do? They wasted so much money on Ezekiel, whereas we moved on from Jordan Howard. That's the right thing to do. Fresh legs. Listen, I ran across a picture that said, I had to double check this, but it gave the average starting salary for all kickers, an average starting salary for all running backs, and the fucking kickers are making more than the running backs right now, guys.
That's why I don't blame these guys for holding out, talking about holding out.
I like Montgomery, but I'm not about to pay him.
Right.
It only lasts 4 to 6 years. And
Roshan, if this was the 70s or 80s, Roshan would have been drafted early in the 2nd round, dude. He wouldn't have been there till the 4th, just because of the era.
And
he might have been in the 1st round, actually.
He could have been. I'm just saying he definitely would have been an early 2nd round pick or sooner. Let's leave it at that. I'll leave it at that.
They asked him, like, why didn't you go to
the best 3-down back on that team is Roshan Johnson, and I even put it on your video that he'll be the starter for me by mid-season or sooner. I think I wrote that on your video.
You know, the problem with Herbert is that even in the backup role, he was able to put up numbers, but he still wound up getting injured even in the backup role, right? Now, Deontay Foreman has a nice opportunity in front of himself. Yep. He might be a 3-down back as well.
Yep.
But I don't know. Something about
keep
Roshan
forgetting
Johnson.
about the other guy from the Seahawks. I keep thinking Mike Davis because it's the same guy.
But he's not going to be a 3-down back on this team,
no.
Dan. He's not.
He's a special
teams.
Special team.
3rd-down back, possibly in certain situations, receiving, blocking.
He's the Band-Aid to Velus Jones muffing kicks.
Exactly.
That's what he is.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to keep Velus Jones, you're not going to put him back there anymore. You're going to put, this guy in there, and very good pierogies. Yeah, man, we used to make them homemade. But sorry, I just read the comment.
Everyone's already moving on to food here.
That's because it's after 10 o'clock, dude. This is fuck off hour. Go ahead.
I love pierogies, man.
Yeah.
Well, I can't move on to food because I'm still trying to get over that fish and Jello because that
disgusting, right?
Whoa.
PJ's over here vomiting in a garbage can in between.
Yeah, hey, listen. I just one-upped the fish and spaghetti. That's all I did,
But
man,
really,
look, I actually eat fish and spaghetti.
if you look at
Does anyone
I've tried
at
that
it-
shit, man.
so
I've
they use like the fish broth that they put in the gelatin to
Correct.
put around it.
I
it must be
believe they like
seasoned.
pour like boiling water with gelatin in there.
Yeah.
Then
while
it
the
turns
fish
into
is
like
in
a
there.
broth Jello.
Yeah, and then they get into kind of turn it. So even the Jello has fishy flavor to it.
Keep looking
Man,
at that hard, PJ.
Listen,
Look at his
listen.
face.
That's what I was brought up with, and I'm telling you, there's a reason why I don't eat fish. Fish and anything. I'm
We
just kind of
see.
like, you know,
We
I'm
see.
cool. I'm cool. Just like that, you know.
I actually had fish 3 times this week, and it's only Thursday.
Yeah, I've just now, in my mid-30s, become accustomed to trying it again because it was never the flavor that bothered me.
Very,
You know,
very
yeah, it is
particular
weird.
with the fish, though. It's got to be certain stuff like orange roughy or whitefish.
Here's
None of this,
as-
tilapia or these certain things that just are fishy, man.
yeah.
I don't know.
As we have to do with every show, we have to show Cliff's meal. And
That's
here
not
is
Cliff's meal. I thought he
Guys.
burnt a bunch of shit on the grill. I thought I'd see him.
no.
see him
This is
sell that
this
earlier.
is tonight's meal.
This makes
Okay.
me so fucking happy. If I could just interject for one moment. The
Go.
only other ski in the chat, Walter B.
Besky.
Ski,
Yeah.
Pesky.
is telling you fish Jello is not that bad.
Walter's one of my guests. Walter comes on the show, man.
I'm telling you,
guys have
man.
to
Us
talk.
Polish. We run with the fish Jello. That's
Yep.
what we do. All right, I'm sorry. I just had to get that in
Sick
there.
bastard.
Shout out to
I'm
you.
joking.
Yeah, right?
I'm totally joking, man. You got to know I'm a clown,
No.
Polly.
You're good, man. You're good.
Okay.
It is what
I
it
would
is.
say I will say
It
this,
is what it
that
is.
I would be willing with the picture that PJ sent of his fish and spaghetti. I would definitely try that because they both look delicious.
That looks fine.
And I would try that Jello just because it might be okay once you start seasoning the broth that the gelatin was made out of.
Listen. Stay away from the fucking fish Jello. That's don't try
There's
it.
no fixing this,
Yeah,
Dan.
no,
There's
no.
no
It
fixing
is-
it. Just
I'm
stay
telling you, that's what
away.
it is. Just know it exists, but I wouldn't try it.
Retro says he's Polish. What does he know? 2 + 2 = 170.
I know that 1 + 6 equals, or I mean, what is it?
1 + 2 = 6.
6, exactly. 1 + 2 = 6. That's the new slogan for the year, right?
But this is Cliff's Louisiana shrimp and grits with sautéed zucchini. So,
And I'm gonna tell you guys, like, I mean, I grew up working in kitchens, and I make some good food. Like, I'll start taking some pictures of some of the meals I'll make. I'll bring something more to the table than fish Jello next time, okay? Yeah, PJ's like, nah. I had one shot. It's already gone, right? That's it.
You're out of here, buddy. You're out of here.
No, there's a reason why I live in Chicago.
you and your fucking your
The further I go away from the Chicago,
Jello,
the shittier the food gets, and I can't deal with that. Me and my wife went to Arizona, and I was like, listen, there's got to be some good Mexican food here. They're so close to the border. We went to this one place, I think it was called Filberto's. I had a fucking burrito from there, and like they like boiled the meat. Dude, I picked up this burrito. It was like pissing water out the end. I was just like, I can't even eat this shit. And like,
sounds awful.
like, man, we got good food here in Chicago, for sure. Good, we got
That's
good
the next
Mexican
thing
food,
is-
we got good Chinese food, we got good
There's
American food.
enough
everything.
Chicagoans in Arizona that there should be good food in
There
Arizona.
should be, but
Half
there
the
isn't.
fucking people that live there are from
They live
Illinois.
in a desert. They're lucky they got water, man.
I'm
How
just
about, how about creamed cod? You ever have that per Walter Besky? Not as bad as creamed cod, he says.
PJ, what's your go-to? meal?
Cod's good though. I like cod.
Creamed cod?
I've never had creamed cod.
going
So I
on?
can't. I've had. You ever have creamed beef hearts?
Nope.
Creamed cow hearts. Those are good. Those are real good.
You know, Polsky may be a nice guy, but I tell you what, he out-talks Foster, and he recommended fish and Jello.
I didn't recommend it.
No.
I am not recommending it. I'm doing the
got
opposite. I am
to go.
He
warning
did not
you.
recommend it.
I'm warning
Dude,
you
Polsky,
about fish.
they're gonna
He was
fuck you,
warning.
man.
Whoa, he got to go. What?
No offense.
He
We
was
all
saying
get, off,
stay
we all
away
get
from
thrown off the show at some point. Everybody here has.
This is what it is. Man.
Usually it's Dan or me. No,
Man.
PJ's gonna get
Usually it's
caught.
PJ.
I tried to move on to the Roshan Johnson talk. You guys went right back to the fish show.
Hey.
So at this point, it's what do you want me to do?
Go back to it. We'll fuck it up some more, dude.
You ain't gonna ever live that fish and jello down. I'm telling you.
I'm thinking about some fish and jello.
Every Christmas, just
nice.
Yeah,
Walter.
Just
roll it.
I don't need it. I mean, it's just there on the table.
Roll it, Polsky.
Man.
Thanks, Retro.
Perfect. Yeah,
he Bearski did a great job, trying to get all of his ducks in a row for the show. I'm like, listen, this show's gonna go off the rails at some point. We're gonna talk about food. He's like, well, I want to be talking about bear show. I'm like, yeah, but chat might not let you.
right. So,
and we don't help either.
We really don't.
Well, here's how it started. One night, Cliff, who has been on the show, he was actually a co-host for a while. He, at 12:04 p.m., he's like, I just put the meatloaf in the oven. And I had to record scratch the whole conversation, be like, wait a second. Cliff just put a fucking meatloaf in the oven? So the joke has become that he was on meth and he was vacuuming his lawn at 1 a.m. and shit. And the joke has gone on so that it's actually turned into a food thing. And everyone just loves talking about food. We get to a certain point, we can't help it. We're Chicagoans. We love our foods. I actually have
our bears and our food and beers.
Yes.
And you know what though? I think we have some real good chefs in chat between Walter, Cliff, and there was somebody else who's always coming up with some good meals as well. So we got some guys.
Half these guys are throwing in good meals, and if they make what they're talking about, we got a lot of guys who can cook that watch this show that follow it.
TJ, are you in Chicago?
Half of them probably come at 10 just to hear the food segments.
No shit.
Buster, are you in Chicago or no?
Who?
Are you in Chicago?
I am in Chicago. I'm 2 miles away from O'Hare Airport as we speak.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm right by O'Hare Airport too. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
So yeah, right. Shit.
Covered by your house.
I'm telling you now.
Yeah, I'm right in Elmwood Park. I don't know if you know where that is, but
I lived at
never heard of it.
78th Court for 8 years, dude.
Bitch. Yeah, it's right there. So okay, but yeah, I'm always on the hunt for a good chicken sandwich. So growing up, I worked at this one Italian restaurant, and they'd make this fucking bomb ass chicken sandwich. And I'll share the recipe right now. It's really good. So you gotta. It's a lot of just garlic, olive oil, salt, pepper, and basil mixture, and you cook the chicken in the garlic, minced garlic with the basil, fresh basil cut up, olive oil, salt, and pepper, and then you also save some to kind of put on top of the bread before you toast the bread a little bit, and you also take mayonnaise and you got to mix it with basil pesto, so you kind of have this green mayonnaise, this green basil pesto mayonnaise, and then it's just tomato, red onion, bacon, Swiss cheese, and lettuce, and you grill that chicken up, and you put some of that garlic oil on top, and you toast those buns. And that is a fire chicken sandwich. I loved it. But yeah, I'm always on the hunt for good food, man. Italian beefs are one of my favorite food. I love pizza too. And then one day my wife introduced me to Italian beef on pizza. Italian beef giardiniera on pizza. Oh man.
How did you not know that one, man?
Because I'm Polish. I come from fucking fish jello. I gotta figure all this out. It's gotta be introduced and taught to me. I have to learn.
He started with fish jello, guys. Give him a break.
Dude, next time you're on the show, that's the first word they're gonna put on about you. We're gonna put, I come from fish jello. That must be Polsky. Because we know he comes from fish jello.
I knew I'd wind up staying up late enough here on this to embarrass myself somewhere.
No, not at all, dude.
Nobody's embarrassing themselves on this show. I'll tell you that much.
Talking bears, life, food, and fun, man.
I tried to warn them, guys. I told them an email several times.
So living in Elmwood Park, we actually got some really good pizza spots right around us. And for my last birthday, we got a large pizza from 3 different places. So I had 3 large pizzas, all from 3 different restaurants. And we kind of did a little that was cool.
A little taste test.
Yeah.
Hey, do you go to the Taste Elmwood Park?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll catch you there this year, dude.
Okay, for sure.
It's coming up. It's coming
last
up,
year I
right?
couldn't go because my wife was pregnant and because of COVID and stuff like that, she was in her ninth month at the time.
Isn't that like coming up in the next 3 or 4 weeks?
I believe so. Yeah, usually it's late July, early August, so that'll be right there. Yeah, okay, for sure, man. Yeah, that'll be cool. Yeah, I'll be there.
We'll hook up, dude.
For sure.
I'll give you his number.
Foster will stalk you.
He
started off the show with that.
Established that in the first minute.
Paulsky,
He told me, I've been stalking you for a while now. And,
well.
So,
that was literally the first, like the second thing out of Foster's mouth.
Yeah.
You guys know, these two guys know me by now. They're the ones sitting there laughing off the chair. At least Paulsky's got it down. He knows.
Dude, he asked, like, it was the weirdest comment. It just said, be a guest, question mark. I was like, huh? The fuck does that mean? Be a guest? Like, be a guest? And I just responded with a question mark. And then he's like, let me explain. Okay.
I'll be honest, PJ. The beginning of the show was a little bit awkward because he's like, oh, really? So you've been like stalking me?
Well, it's actually a little bit more awkward now that I know he lives. Now that's got to come out of.
Wow. I'm in two places.
I already got a date with him.
I got you surrounded. I live at Harlem and Higgins, and I also live at Grand and Wolf.
Okay, Harlem and Higgins is cool. Hey, Dino's Pizza right there.
Dino's, man. I've been eating that since I was a little shit.
See? I'm telling you. I know the spot.
You know it. I've talked about that place on this show, and I keep telling people, if you get out to the northwest side, Dino's, I think it's 7002 West Higgins is Dino's.
My wife specifically likes the BLT pizza from there.
Oh, yeah.
And she likes it cold the next day. So, that's the way she prefers it.
Everything they make there is good. It's been the same recipe for 50, 60 years, man.
There was a friend that lived under the L somewhere in Chicago for like a brief period. We visited him, and we went to like this dive bar right by the L. I remember this, and just got a blackened pizza to go. And it was one of the best fucking pizzas I've ever had in my life. Blackened seared chicken with like this sauce that it was like on the pizza with the red sauce. It was just, the Chicago food scene is just sick.
Some of those little bars got some really good fucking quick pizzas, man. They really do.
Yeah, they do. I don't know.
You just got to get lucky and look around, and some of them got.
What's your favorite burger, BearsCountry?
Oh, burger. You know, man, I'm a local kind of guy. It's weird. I don't do burgers much, but I'd have to say I like Luke's.
Yeah.
Luke's Beef and Pizza on Belmont. They got a good burger. They kind of put some Thousand Island dressing on it. It's not bad. I'm not a big burger guy though. I don't know.
Mine is Billy Goat's.
Okay, yeah.
We did a burger thing one night, and I had to come up with it was Billy Goat's. I don't know why. I love Billy Goat's.
I'll tell you, anybody in Chicago, man, if you go to Jewel and they got the pub burgers on sale, those are pretty damn good because they're already set. Yeah. Really, I mean, I stick them in the air fryer for 5 minutes and get all the grease off them. What?
Mariano's, they have some good burgers.
Yeah, I haven't done as much as Mariano's because Jewel's like right here and it's too convenient. They're open till midnight. I can run there at 11:45 and get food.
Nice.
But they got I don't know if you've had them. Have you ever had the pub burgers?
I don't think so. Not from Jewel, no.
Okay, so they got them and they're already seasoned in patties. They're usually pretty expensive. The other day they had them on for $1.50 a piece, and it's like 3/4 of a pound each. It's a good. It's like 5 ounces. I'm sorry, 5 or 6 ounces, whatever. But you can take these things and they're so thick it takes 10 or 12 minutes to cook in an air fryer. But stuff them with anything you want because everything else is already in there, man. It's a cheap way to go, and if you like grilling, those things on the grill are the best burgers I've had on the grill, better than anything else I've ever.
They're good.
Other than me making like getting ground and having the butcher ground up the ground round and making it. But for something quick, if you like a burger, you can't go wrong with that, especially when they're on sale, man.
Like I said, I'm on the hunt for a good chicken sandwich all the time, and one place that I found it's actually a Greek place. They have pretty good gyros. They have like the Greek style gyros. It's charcoal grill up in Morton Grove. It's on like Dempster and Austin, I want to say, or Dempster and Harlem. And but they got a mean chicken sandwich too. There used to be another place on Foster in Milwaukee called Mother Cluckers.
Yep.
Yeah, but they closed down recently. But yeah, chicken sandwiches from there.
I actually remember that place.
Yeah, so
they were there
they
a while,
close down
man.
recently. So yeah, there's definitely some good food spots. And like I said, as much traveling as I do, every time I go away from the city, the food just gets shittier and shittier.
I wanna answer Doug's thing real quick. Sorry, guys. Where was Doug's thing about
He says, Foster, when I lived up near Park Ridge, I used to go to Harlem Irving Plaza and would hang out in the video game arcade there. That was literally 43 to 44 years ago.
So literally 42, 43, 44 years ago, I was hanging out at Aladdin's Castle too, because that's what he's talking about. I just want to tell you, I was there at the same time, Doug. We were both there.
Okay.
I lived right down just north on Harlem Avenue, man.
Foster was 52 at the time.
Hold on, wait. Insert PJ here. Insert PJ.
He fits right in, dude. Fits right in.
Foster was stalking Doug at the time.
That's how I know he was there. Aladdin's Castle.
He's like, I fucking know who you are, Doug.
Man. It just don't end. That's awesome. I love it.
I hacked into that machine and got your credit card, and I know who you are, Doug. Yep, Aladdin's Castle. So you do fit right in, though. I told you you're going to fit right in, Bearski. Polsky, Bearski, Polsky. I'm going to call you Bearski.
I think I feel I kind of fucked up the food segment, though.
Look at it hang a bit.
Job. Yeah, PJ I'm just looking at him. You just look disappointed in me.
You know what?
Yeah, PJ's disappointed in everybody. No, PJ just hopped on late. He wasn't here in the beginning to start giving you shit from the very beginning. So he had to catch up. That's all.
I know. He was telling me I talked more than Foster. It's like, man, you didn't hear the.
Yeah, well, you would have earned your way into that prior to if he didn't show up late.
Oh.
He had some family stuff going on tonight with football, and that's like football practice.
Three of
stuff. You want to talk about that?
Well, the high school that my grandsons go to, I have 4 grandsons who are in high school, and they're playing high school football. And they had a camp at Western University Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So today was the day where we have 3 practices. So we had one this morning, one in the afternoon, and one this evening. And so I was out in the sun all day. I think I got a little bit darker though.
You got a great tan going there.
Yeah, you see it?
Yeah.
Man.
You look got some good sun there.
So yeah, it's been a long day for me. So it started at 7:00 this morning. So
holy shit.
Yeah.
You're a trooper coming on here. You're like Triple R in the hospital right now.
Hey,
he's
I'm a
he's
team
not
player.
in Kentucky Bourbon and Dilaudid.
I'm a team player.
That's right. You are, Peach. Peach is a good guy. He's a really good guy.
Great guy. He just had to come on and start giving you shit from the get-go because he was hanging out in chat and getting to know you before you even knew who he was. But seriously, you fit right in here, Bearski.
I'm glad.
Next week we're gonna have on Alex Shapiro as a guest. You know who he is for NBC Sports?
Yeah, the name rings a bell. Yep.
Yeah, he does the Under Center podcast. He's on NBC Sports Chicago. He covers the Bears. So he's going to be our main guest of the show next week. And we're trying to get some chat members who have been on the show before to join in the show. The goal is I want to kind of have you guys in the background who each has, I don't know, maybe 5 questions that you want to ask them. Because this is the day after training camp officially kicks off. There won't be any practices or anything to talk about, but at least, it'll be right for training camp. So maybe gather 5 questions together Brian Gilmore is going to join us. Squeegee's going to join us. I reached out to Matt Kedrow. Matt recently lost a good friend, and he's got some other things going on, and he's
my condolences, Matt. My
Matt
condolences.
from BCPDU, Matt. He's a good friend of the show. He's been on many, many times. Anyone else who would like to come on the show, including you, Bearski, if you would like to join us next Thursday again I'm going to keep everybody in the background while he's on the show, and then we'll have each guest come on and ask him one to two questions, depending on how many guests are on the show, so that they can ask him and he can respond to you directly, because that's what this show is about. It's really about the fans. It's made by fans for the fans, and the goal of this is to have as many of you fans that want to come on the show. So once we start getting to a point where we're we can have some bigger guests, like some big guests on. It'll be nice to have a Rolodex of fans who want to come on from chat and ask some of these people their questions themselves. So if you'd like to join us next week, Bearski, you are welcome to.
Yeah, I should have some free time. So
formulate a few questions, and we'll just keep you in the back, and we'll bring you on to ask them the one or two questions. You can do that if you would like.
I'll have one or two questions.
I bet you will.
Yeah,
one or 200. He's going to be worse than PJ. Go, PJ.
I got a question for Bearski. Bearski, there is it Bearski or Paulski? Which one is it?
So my name is Paul, but it's Paul Walkalinski. So I just added ski to everything because I'm Polish. So BearsCountry Film is the YouTube channel I run, and it's Paul, but I just say Paulski. So but I got a little crew. So my buddy Dave, he's Dave Ski. My brother Matt, he's Patrick Ski. So everybody's got to be a ski if they're running on a BearsCountry Film,
All right, okay, Paulski. Are you up in the attic, man, or what?
No. So this is shit. My wife's gonna kill me if I show you guys this.
Is that her Wizard of Oz collection on the other side of the room or something?
We're in a bungalow. We're in a typical Chicago bungalow, and the whole top floor we have a master bedroom here with.
Don't show it. You don't have to show it.
Because I got a 1-year-old kid, so there's a little sleeping spot for her. I got a bed.
The answer is yes, PJ. You fucking nosy fucker.
Yeah, but no, but I'm upstairs in our room, and right. My wife's waiting for me to finish this so she can come up here and go to sleep.
All right, here's my second question. So ded you decorate it with the bear stuff for this show or what?
No, my wife did. She actually told me, "Are you going to give me a?" She actually asked me, "Are you going to give me a shout out for decorating for you?" So yeah, she's the one. Usually, we have some of the shit downstairs, and she came up here, and she's like, "Well, so like we did a little test run, me and."
But she's Polish, so she put the bears. The bears head the wrong direction, right?
Yeah, right. Correct. So. We did a little test run, and I showed some of my friends yesterday, and they said, "Hey, audio sounds okay, video's okay, but your background's a little plain. I only had like one thing." So I got that comment from like 2 or 3 friends, and I told her, and she's like, "I'm on it." And so I think all I had was a flag yesterday. And I got a Tommy Harris signed helmet back there, right back there.
All right.
So my mom, she used to babysit and do a lot of housekeeping for people, and she knew some lady that was actually Tommy Harris's housekeeper. So she would work for him, and I asked her. She told me he was a great guy. I know he gave 1/3 of his check away to charity. Big check, yeah. And so I asked her. I was like, "Can you get me anything signed?" And she's like, "Listen, he literally sits there for 3 hours every day at his living room table, just like signing shit."
Wow.
And she's like, "It's really weird for me to ask him to sign something else on top of that when I'm there as his worker." Man, you guys changed.
And you're like, "Well, he's already there for 3 hours. Just what's?"
But you know what? She surprised me and brought me the helmet, the Tommy Harris signed helmet. So I got that there. I got my Tom Brady signed football that my wife brought up.
Let me just say this here, Paulski. You and your wife did a wonderful job decorating, and I truly appreciate the effort on coming on this show to decorate like that. And by the way, Tommy Harris is truly my favorite Bear player of all time. So,
man, I tried to put a little highlight clip of him together, and I couldn't get enough video on it. But I was trying to find the one play where he just stole the fucking ball. Do you remember this play?
Yeah,
the center went to go hike it, and before the ball went anywhere, Tommy Harris just snagged it.
Backfield.
I can't remember which game it was.
It was a running play. He just got to the ball before the running back did. It was amazing. It was
that was an incredible fucking play. And
yeah, that was when you were like Hall of Famer. Oh, now he's injured.
Right,
Oh, now he's injured again.
Yeah,
guys, I have to acknowledge here.
Uh-oh.
Retro, thank you so much for your super chat, Retro. He says, join the show. I'll be nicer than Paul's dentist.
Yeah.
Here's how you know you fit in, because Retro's insulting you.
Well, no, he's not insulting me. He's just telling the truth.
Oh, he's saying you'll be nicer than my dentist.
Wait, Paul,
there's no fallacy to the statement. It's an honest.
It'll get worse.
It's an honest criticism. What do you want me to?
Maybe Retro's stalking you. How does he know your dentist is an asshole?
Maybe he is your dentist.
Hey, did you guys? Anybody notice your names?
PJ.
I did. And you know what? Thank you guys. Appreciate it so much. You guys are fucking awesome. So yeah, I'm gonna have to cut out of here. This was so much fun.
Ski.
Nice. Yeah, PJ Ski. Yeah.
See, these two guys have control, so they can fuck with things. And they can pull me. Next time I look up my Twitter, my handle says
do that shit.
my handle says I changed his one. I changed Foster's one day to what was it? For like half the show, it was
sniffer of many farts.
Sniffer of many farts. Yeah.
But like his own farts or many different.
Just many different farts.
Just many farts.
Just it could be anyone's farts. You could just be in a restaurant like.
So I saw it and it was there like half the show, and I'm sitting here going. Nobody says anything.
That's what I mean. You got to play into the character. That's why I said if I'm going to grow out my hair and look homeless, I'm going to start coming on the show being like, change.
You look like ZZ Top.
Right.
Paul.
No, you got to play it as a look. But hey, man, appreciate you guys. I'm going to take off for the night, so thank you so much. This has been a blast, and I'll definitely join on next week. Thanks for watching the videos. Once again, the YouTube channel is BearsCountry Film. For anybody who hasn't checked it out, check it out.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, for sure. And hopefully next time, PJ, we'll get some more time with you. So,
dude,
I got some numbers. I got more to offer than fish jello. Like I feel like
you better have more
here.
offer.
So I got something to bring to the table. So for sure,
he was talking Italian beefs and pizza, so we know we're good.
Let me answer your question from earlier.
No. If he starts asking questions, you're going to be out here for another 2 hours.
No, that's fine. I got another. Hey, listen, I still got another little 10, 15 minute.
No, I want to answer his question.
I'm interested.
We're not used to that shit.
See, he asked earlier, and you guys talked over him. He asked me, "What's my go-to food?" Or I go with the one I cook is Tuscan chicken. That's my go-to that I actually fix.
Why is it Tuscan?
That's the name of it.
Okay. So it's just a brand.
Ask your wife.
That's
the Italian side of your family. She'll get it.
Chicken in Tuscany, Italy.
Okay.
Yes.
I see. It's the Polak in me. Okay, she'll probably be like, it's the chicken style. We always make or whatever.
It's like you fucking Polak. Don't you know what Tuscan is?
we went to a restaurant, right? And like it's an Italian restaurant, and we ordered some food, and her dad's sitting there, and the owner of the restaurant comes up and talks to us, and her dad goes, "Oh, you're from Italy?" And the guy's like, "Yeah, I'm from Italy." He's like, "What part of Italy are you from?" He goes, "Sicily." And his dad goes, "Oh."
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're rough. Those Italians, man. But
yeah, I hear you. I know.
I gotta love the food. Italian food.
Italian, so I get it.
Yeah,
Retro just paid $2 to. Is this an insult?
Yes.
Retro, thank you very much. Zillow listed space between Paul's teeth was for sale.
Mine too, though.
All my life, I've grown up, and people have been like, I could kick a football through that gap in your teeth. And I'm like, yeah, you and the other fucking 30 people that said the same fucking joke, you unoriginal.
I can't even tell you have a gap in your teeth.
Dude, Retro's creative here. This is
original.
How much is the?
Hold on a second.
Listen, I'll charge monthly for you to put something in the gap of my teeth.
I can't even. Oh, I never even knew.
And I'm missing another tooth, so yeah.
Very, very fucking creative there, Retro. I couldn't see that.
Retro don't miss nothing.
When you're in this mode, though, it's hard to. He must have his screen like He's got a screen
fucking
magnified.
75-inch TV that he's watching
Fucking
YouTube
HD
on.
camera. I should have used a shittier camera.
That's how you know you're part of the club, Polsky, because Retro just donated $2 to insult you. So,
Dude, when
$2
he
for a very
stops
good
doing
cause.
that, that's when he's stalking you. So then there's a problem. When he stops making fun of you, then you got to worry. I know he stopped for a week, so I was
And
like
then I'll have
looking over
two
my shoulder
stalkers.
all the time. He was sick, so.
Polsky, you are welcome on anytime. Please
Thank you
make
guys
sure
so
you
much.
come back. You are a blast. You are a part of the BCP club now.
Thank you guys
In
so
fact,
much.
can I get you to go before you leave?
Oh yeah.
You down with BCP?
You down with BCP?
Perfect.
Thank you guys so
Awesome.
much. Yeah, you know me, right?
Yep. Fucking beautiful, dude.
We'll
All right,
we'll be
guys.
talking to you again soon,
Oh,
Polsky.
yeah, I'll be in touch. Thank you guys so much. It's been
Whether
a
you
great time.
whether you like it or not, we'll be talking to you.
I'll see you at the taste, whether I like it or not.
Insert PJ
I'm
here.
fucking looking for your ass, dude.
We'll see you,
Where's
buddy.
that
Thanks
dog
for
bastard?
going on.
Be in touch.
Later, Polsky.
So Cliff Victoria says that I'm the real pontificator, and Doug
are
Van
you?
Dorn, he says I am.
Oh,
Cliff
good.
does. Then
Wait.
Doug Van Dorn says, I have a question for you. It's in 37 parts. Here's part 1, sub A, paragraph 1 of 73.
Where are you getting this from?
Yeah.
Nick, they'll put it in the chat. They put it in the chat.
Hold on, I'm trying to find it.
Oh, here it is.
So, PJ, I have a question for you. It's in 37 parts. Here's part 1, sub A, paragraph 1 of 7.
It's the kind of shit I was talking about a month ago, man.
We got to kick Doug out the crew. He had to get
It's
kicked out.
fucking Rodney Dangerfield and Back to School. I only have one question for you. It's in 27 parts, and he pulls out 40 fucking pages and starts reading it.
As soon as you hear, wait, hold on, I got a question for you. You're like, nope.
I got two more questions for you, Mr. Shorty. As soon as you hear that, it's over.
I did that with him on the phone until I went, fucking sun's coming up, PJ. I have to go to work in 2 hours.
It's funny because when I call him, he just hangs up on me.
I figure if I talk on the phone with you, Foster, you'll find out my location.
Yes, to keep it.
I'm gonna come and fix that roof whether you need it or not.
I'm zeroing in on your location. Show up
Every
one day.
week I'm getting closer, dude.
It's a metal roof, PJ. It's a metal roof. I don't want a fucking metal roof. I just got a new roof replaced 2 years ago. Insurance
no
paid
good,
for
dude.
it.
I'm telling you, it's no good. I know that.
I'm trying to tell you guys, man.
We're gonna cover the whole house in rubber.
Foster,
Just one giant condom.
Foster, have you guys on the phone? Then 20 minutes later, you be hearing a knock on your door. Hey, guy, I just thought I'd stop by.
No, hold on. Hang on the phone for a little bit longer. He's trying to cue you up to the. Wait, hold on a second. I got one more question. He's like, yes, I got him.
Sucked him right in there.
I'm trying to tell you.
Oh shit.
I've been trying to get him on the phone till 6 a.m. from day one. How did you do it?
Full story paying off. Oh crap.
You guys are killing me. Oh man. How does this show exist?
For those of you in the chat,
Because
we laughing like this because there's no truth to it. There's some truth to it. I'm trying
There's a
to
little more than some truth to it.
It's like the one that it made fun of him, like, he's like your connection dropped, Foster. Like, he's probably getting his house bombed. Like 3 days later, like, yeah, I'm getting my house bombed. It's like, what the fuck
And
is
my teeth match your background, PJ.
teeth make you rich? Yeah, I've never liked this view. Let's just go back to this one.
Yeah, that one's pretty. That's a scary one, man.
Man.
I'm
man.
seeing more wrinkles on my face, on my head on that one.
You're
dude.
like, damn, I am that old.
Yeah, I'm older than that. Crap.
Like, fuck, I am 372.
I got my fucking eyes. I'm like, I'm crying from laughing, dude.
Oh my god. Retro. Michael Strand said damn in regards to that gap. I never even noticed it. You should have paid $2 for that when he was on the show.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I tell you what, the two of you fuckers, you just slay me every time.
Did you read Retro's thing about with the tooth gap? Retro Music Network says, Cliff, wise advice. I'm actually on a 6-inch screen phone, but I didn't take the Hubble. It didn't take the Hubble telescope to see the gap. He said that, and I went like this. I'm going, yeah, I got pretty big gaps too, man.
I had to go to like full screen mode, with all of us with no chat on the screen, just to even notice that. But who cares? That's we all have problems, I got a couple of dead teeth over in my mouth. I'm sure you can see.
Walter Bresky said, I had a neighbor once cover his whole house in a sheet of aluminum. What the fuck?
Seriously?
Did he put it in the oven and bake it, Walter, or what?
He seriously covered his whole house in a sheet of aluminum, like
put
a dome over it?
Ask Walter to answer that better.
Man.
I'm going to fucking send him a link right now just to come on and explain that.
No, he might have heard. Did you, Walter? What do you mean he covered his house in a sheet of aluminum? Oh, yeah, he covered his house. It's probably 4x8 sheets, man, like plywood size.
So he's saying, yeah, he domed his house in it.
Whoa.
Oh, he was trying to create a giant Faraday cage.
Yeah, well, that would also get pretty damn hot.
And you'd have no sunlight.
That too. I don't know, man.
Oh man.
Sheet aluminum.
You guys are seriously so much fun.
With Doug Van Dorn says, with all you skis, anyone might think that you're establishing the Soviet Social Republic of Soldier Field. He said, yeah. Instead of normal siding, he used flat pieces of sheet metal. Holy shit.
So he had windows at least. It wasn't just a complete dome of aluminum over his house.
If he lived in my neighborhood and did that when we were 12 or 13, it would be all dented and I'd never sleep in that damn house.
Yeah. You throwing rocks at it all night long.
Yeah. Sit there all night with the BB or pellet gun. Ping, ping, ping. Oh, the lights went out. Ping, ping, ping. That's the kind of assholes we were in my neighborhood.
You have another great insult from Retro, Foster. Foster stole Jordan Washington's wooden teeth.
Yeah, I did. That's why they match PJ's background, dude.
What you say about my background, man? What?
Your background's yellow, dude, like my teeth.
Yeah.
Like my wooden teeth.
Yeah.
And Retro.
All your things wearing off on his teeth.
I didn't steal them from George. I had them first, and he borrowed them for a decade, and then I got them back.
Right. They're the same ones.
Got to just get it right that I had them first.
Fucking insults correct, Retro.
Yeah, man.
I'm just saying, man.
If you're going to make that kind of insult, Retro, just make sure it's proper.
Forget to fact check it, Retro.
I'm in this hotel room. I couldn't even tell you what color this wall is.
It looks like piss yellow to me.
Yeah,
it
looks like hangover piss yellow.
Kind of looks like it's green to me.
Let me. I'll take the computer and hold it over the toilet and see what it looks like. It's got to be close, Peach. It looks yellow.
That's hangover piss yellow.
Huh?
That is hangover piss yellow.
Okay. It could be the lighting too, man.
It's beer keg yellow. Beer piss keg yellow.
It could be the light. I don't know if the light bulb is white or not. So maybe it's like giving off the wrong tint.
It's definitely not a. It's not. It's not a.
It
cool...
don't matter as long as Dan's never with that background trying to dance, because you'll see every bad move then.
Yeah, it would be terrible. You definitely have a warm light. It's
already terrible.
Oh no! You gotta go back and watch the beginning of the show. This was a good one.
Oh, was it?
No, don't.
Was it as good as my grandson's?
Oh, you don't have to bring your grandson on to do the dance. I don't know.
You seen the video, right?
Yeah, that's why I was trying to give him tips. I'm like, dude, watch this so you can maybe get some idea how to move.
What?
You didn't see the video? Shorty.
What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah. I guess
What video? Did you send this to me? Did you email it to me? Did you text it to me?
In our group text. I
texted the other day. Yeah, that's how I saw it. Fucking, I don't know. Hey, Peach, maybe we should replace this guy.
I'm telling you. Don't even read text no more.
Oh no, I missed it.
He saw it was from you, and he was afraid it was going to be a 6-hour chat.
Oh, I missed
it.
Hold on.
And I said the shortest text there is. You guys be having these paragraphs. I said like one sentence, and you guys reply with a paragraph. I'm like, dang.
Fucking Dan wrote me a book tonight. It just ours. He wrote me like a 6-page book. What are you doing, man? Are you still alive? Dude, I just talked to like 3 hours ago. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, so I gotta get out of my seat.
I said,
I got you.
I said I'd take that for some advice. Let's take. Hey, Peach, I'm going to take some preemptive preemptive measures. I don't know if he's up dancing or not. I just took him off the screen.
I hope not.
Yeah, me too. I don't even want to look in the back room either. Oh, he's dancing.
Hey, hold on. I got to get some music to this here.
I'm trying to put you on the whole screen, dude.
It's not going to work without music. Here we go.
You're doing just fine by yourself, bro.
There we go. Let me.
Get it right.
You gotta go like this, dummy.
That's what I was trying to do. And that would have been a mistake. That's why I didn't do it.
I think that's dance, guys.
I think we'll just leave it at that, man. Peach, I'm hungry, man. Let's go get some fish and spaghetti.
You know, I used to wonder.
I'm being serious, man. I'm hungry.
No, I'm serious. I used to wonder, how they come up with these names of, movies and, like White Men Can't Jump. They're going to have a remake of that. They're going to call it White Man Can't Dance.
Wait a second.
Dan's the star.
Come on.
It's changing from White Men Can't Jump to White Man Can't Dance.
For sure.
I wasn't that far off.
Yeah, you were.
Not even close, bro.
It's okay.
Not even close.
We'll let you believe what you think, and we've discussed what you think as it is these days anyways.
Man.
Well, I know what the opener is for next show with Alex Shapiro. I guarantee you he will agree with my dance. He'll love it.
No. If he does, I'm going to question his credibility as a reporter.
I'm gonna study that.
You can study it.
I told you when I put my mind to something, I want to perfect it. I'm gonna perfect that. So I'm gonna watch that dance over and over again. I'm out of breath. Damn. I'm a little wet over here, boys.
Cliff said, Cliff Victoria says, as a result of that dancing, I'm throwing up in my own mouth now.
Man.
And I got to throw this in because Retro Music said when Gail Sayers said all I need is 18 inches of daylight, he was talking about Foster's smile. He got it since Paulski left. He just started ripping on my teeth.
I'm still waiting for him to join the show. Why haven't
oh god. Oh yeah.
Why haven't Retro joined the show yet? Is all I want to know.
I don't know. I keep.
He might one day. We talk. We talk an email. We're actually we're pen pals.
I am too. We DM. Bears opponents.
No, wait a second. Hold on, Foster. I'm more special. We actually email each other.
I'm more special. Well, I've sent. No, I don't. Bearski, welcome to the chat, Bearski.
Bearski's like, I'm laying in bed with my wife. I'm in chat. Shut the fuck up.
He's in chat in bed with his wife eating Italian beef and some fish jello on the side.
He's in the kitchen. This fucking fish jello. This fucking. I had to leave to go eat fish jello because I couldn't. My wife made it. It was ready tonight, and I never got to have it because of the show. So. I gotta get out of here, guys.
Retro going to be Foster going to be talking Retro to DM.
No, Bearski's in the garage now. He says that was his
nice.
commitment. He's out there drinking one, smoking one. He wants to do it around the wife and kids. I'm joking, Bearski. Don't listen to me.
Guys, I'm gonna take a piss. You make fun of me while I'm gone.
Crap. Here's Dan's new movie per Cliff Victoria. White Men Can't Breathe.
No, it's the people in the chat can't breathe watching him dance.
Yeah, well, Cliff's literally throwing up in his own mouth. So, he's trying not to wake up his wife because he's laughing too hard.
Man, hey, we gotta get Retro on. We gotta get Cliff on.
We gotta get a bunch of people on.
Oh, absolutely. These guys are funny.
I got a little list I'm working on, Peach, and you met a couple of these guys tonight that I've been following. Well, you didn't get to meet Andrew. Did you see Andrew at all or no?
Yeah, I seen him when I was like in transit, and I was in chat for a little bit there.
Gotcha. Was that when you checked in and said hi, everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we got out of practice, so I was.
Dan even goes, man, I wonder where he's at. And I'm like, dude, he spent all day training. The guy might be freaking tired.
No, I was actually at that time. I ran to the restaurant to get my grandson some pizza because they had just got out of practice at that time. So yeah.
Oh, Cliff is coming on next week. Finally, he said it in the chat. Even.
Oh, he's coming on when what's the guy coming on again? Shapiro.
Yeah. I'm like, I should know. I see him on the thing about 3-4 days a week. I watch him catch his stuff. NBC.
Mr. Mayhem, he's in the chat. He says that fish jello looked disgusting. I second that.
Yeah, I do too. I do too.
I second that.
And Paulski told us to not even bother wasting our time trying it. So I can't.
Uh-oh.
Cliff Victoria, I have a lot to say, mainly about white guys dancing.
Wait a minute now. Hold on. We got Brian Gilmore.
Yeah.
You're talking about my Lions, but see, this is a Puma right here, bro. This is a Puma on the hat. This is a Puma, not a lion. But my high school team that my boys play on are called the Lions. So, yeah, you got the Lions part right, but this is actually a Puma. So, come on, Brian. Where you from, man? Where you talking this noise from? Where you coming from, bro? Come on now. Let me know where you're coming from.
Brian cracked me up when he was on with us the last time, man. I still remember we were talking about the cockroach stealing my razor and almost shanking me. And I'm like, Brian, I wasn't going to stick around and interview the thing if I asked it if it was a cockroach or a palmetto bug. The thing almost shanked me, dude. I was trying to just leave.
Oh, man.
And then he answered, and he goes, where are you from, Brian? And he says, Ohio, of course.
Yes, good old Ohio.
So we we didn't even talk as much as I wanted to about Flus. I just get your.
I missed that conversation. What was you guys saying about Flus?
Oh well, I started just saying I think that he is the man to pull this team together, especially when we're understaffed. I mean, look what he did with that defense in Indianapolis. Name me 4 or 5 guys on that defense. You probably can because you're Central Illinois, but if I went and asked 100 people, how many of you think could give me 4 or 5 guys on that defense?
I honestly could only name, I think, 3 people from that defense.
So see,
Leonard,
Ngakwe,
Buckner,
yep,
and the cornerback. Rock Yassin.
Yeah.
And other than that, I can't name anyone. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, one thing I say about Flus, I am curious if he ever gets some talent, how well he will do. I'm real curious to see how he does that. Because, like you said, I mean, a bunch of no-name guys.
Yeah. And I just hear, okay, so we really didn't have the opportunity to get that defensive end this year.
No.
But, I mean, to go out and get the two fantastic linebackers had to make him happier than shit because he's got some middle guys to work with now. Last year we had Sanborn and who else? After Roquan was gone, who else?
Yeah, Morrill.
Well, in the beginning,
who else played?
Nobody.
We how many different guys played that other linebacker position? The Will after Roquan left, and when they plugged in Sanborn.
Now, question for you. You guys might know this because I don't.
17.
No, who was the middle linebacker? Who was the middle linebacker for Indy when Flus was there? Because I know Shaq Leonard was the wheel linebacker, right? Am I correct?
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember who the linebacker, what their core was.
The stud. Name the stud.
Shaq Leonard.
No, the other guy.
Oh, Buckner? DeForest Buckner on the line?
No.
Ngakwe.
Where? No, Ngakwe never played for Flus. He played for Indy last year when Flus was here.
Okay, see, I'm off even, man. Retro says, I'm coming from Foster's basement. Call the police, please.
Justin Houston, he was the edge rusher for Flus.
If you listen closely, you can hear the piss.
There you go. And Cliff just brought him up. Cliff just said Justin Houston, Bears need to sign him.
Yeah, he was the edge rusher, but that's what I'm saying. Now, I don't remember who the Mike linebacker was. Seemed to me he wasn't a guy of big notoriety.
Did you say Shaq Leonard?
He was the wheel linebacker. He was a wheel.
Who's Darius Leonard?
Same person.
Okay, so that's why.
Indianapolis.
I've been getting fucked up for like the last 2 years because Darius Leonard changed his name to Shaq.
Yes, Shaquille Leonard. Or something
How am I supposed to come up with this shit? They're changing their numbers, their names.
Don't forget now, we got letters.
Yeah, we have the letter I for Justin Fields, according to Mammy.
I actually just pulled up their defense for 2001.
2001?
Yeah. 2021.
Okay.
So that would be Flus's defense. His
last year,
season with them.
Yeah.
DeForest Buckner, Muhammad, those are defensive end.
Wait. Stop right there. DeForest Buckner played defensive tackle for him.
Right. I'm reading the defense. So defensive tackle Buckner, defensive end is A. Muhammad. I can't picture the guy even.
That's the guy we had last year.
Al-Qadim
Muhammad.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, that's why it sounds familiar.
Yeah.
He
sucked. Man, he sucked too, didn't he? Akeem.
I'll give you credit. He did suck. That's why you can't remember him.
There's nothing to remember.
Fucking 1 sack.
Kevin Payne.
What position he played?
End on Flus's defense. He was a decent player.
Where he come from?
I don't know where he came from, but he played 15 games that year.
See, I don't know him. See, he don't ring a bell to me.
Okery, linebacker. Okery and
He was a middle linebacker.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah.
Okereke.
Shaq
Thank you.
Leonard and Speed.
Okereke. That was his name. Okereke.
Man, you put 3 brains together. You know, we can figure some shit out, guys.
Man.
I forgot. Blackman was on that team too.
What position did he play?
Safety.
Oh, the guy we have, Blackwell?
Yeah, Blackman.
No, we got
I'm mixing guys up.
No, we have a black man.
No, I thought his name was Blackwell.
Yeah, I think so too.
Oh, Polsky's hopping back in from the
That's
garage.
in. There he is.
He's
Hey
changed.
guys, so I leave and you start talking football. That's how it goes, huh?
Yeah, I
Hey,
just
you're
know
really
that.
do me like that. Oh,
It's
okay.
all of it.
Hey,
Yeah.
Polsky.
Yeah.
We was able to talk football because we was able to finally get a word in.
Well, we got rid of
So what
we
were
got
we?
rid of Shorty Ski and Paul Ski were gone, so we could
Hold on a second. Cliff was just talking about his shrimp. I'm just kidding.
go right back to food.
Huh.
Nice garage. You got a garage door and everything, huh?
Yeah, I just recently had a garage sale. Just taking it in. I want to show you the rest of the room. I don't want to show you the rest of the garage, but I got a little back house with a bunch of fucking shit set up or whatever, and then. Garage.
He's fucking with me because I don't have garage doors or anything. I don't even have half the buildings that I live in.
Yeah,
Hey,
you got everything in the yard.
Hey, Polsky.
You're way muffled, Paulski.
Yeah, you're muffly.
You sound
You're
muffled.
muffly. Are you have earbuds in?
Oh, I could.
No, just put
now you sound better.
Make sure it's on speakerphone with
I'm
the self-adjusting.
yeah, so I can't rest the phone on this. What was doing this? When you connect.
Your garage looked like Foster's house.
Yeah,
it looks better than my house.
Foster,
you guys just keep adding reasons for me to worry about him stalking me.
Give him a fucking tour, Foster. Give him a tour, Foster.
No, hold on.
All I'm going to do is beg you to help me. That's all I'm going to do.
Only thing I'm saying is, let's finish
by having him redo your roof for you.
Right.
So finish what you were saying about Flus, Foster.
No, I forgot.
Oh,
Oh no! What I was saying was, I think if he is the guy to pull this team together, even though they're still under talented, we still don't have all the pieces, man. And just off of what he did last year, he is the guy that's going to make this team work. This year, even we're going to make the playoffs, man. I don't want to grow a beard for 2 years, Dan.
What do you? Hey, Polsky.
But I believe
what do you think of Flus?
So, I think the coach's real impact starts to show as the wins start coming. So I think initially it's up to the players on the field to really kind of produce and get good. And I think you kind of saw it in Arizona with Kingsbury. It's like, okay, you got 5 wins, you got 8 wins, you got 10 wins, but then you're like stuck. You're stuck. You can't make that next step, and that's where the coaching really, I think, makes more of an impact. I think there's a lot of coaches in the league that could take shit and make it average, and so is Eberflus capable of taking the next step that this team needs? Yeah, I think so. I don't think he's giving me any reason to believe he can't. However, like there's certain things like this hits principle and things like that, like this rah-rah mentality, that only lasts 2 to 3 years. If the wins don't start coming with that, if you don't move on from that kind of coaching style and progress, it starts to get really old really fast. I mean, this is a locker room of pro men you're coaching. You know what I mean? These aren't boys. This isn't high school or college. This is men with families earning a paycheck. So, that rah-rah try hard bullshit, if it doesn't come with the success, it kind of gets old. So, I don't know. I think it's still out to debate. Could he do it? Sure. Like I said, it doesn't give me any reason not to. I like seeing clips of him in practice yelling at guys. He's got a good yell voice. Like, I didn't expect that out of him, but he was like, go, 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 go. Like, kind of like almost like Tibbs from the Bulls when he was on there. Like, oh, shit. Like, guy can really scream and get after him a little bit and this and that. So, yeah, I think the jury's still out. So far, I like him. Like I said, I really like the GM position More than
So what-
anything else. I think Ryan Poles is
Oh,
a
geez.
huge upgrade over every other GM we've had in recent years and in recent regimes and whatnot. So even if Eberflus does not work out, I still kind of believe in Poles, and I think they'll get that right. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think Luke Getsy is very underrated. You know, part of the benefit that comes with losing out this season, you know, having so many close losses, you know, like we said, 1-7 and 1-score victories, is that this team is really more like a 6-win team that just won 3 teams. So to take a step forward, you know, to go from 3 wins to 10 wins, it's like a 6-win team going to a 9-win team and then getting an extra win. You know, you just kind of get that flip of the coin as you go your way a little bit. But it's weird. I don't know. I think I kind of lost where I was going with that, but I think this next season is going to be really exciting. There's a lot of opportunity for the Bears, especially with the way the division is. It's up for grabs finally. I mean, we don't have to go through Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers. We have to go through Kirk Cousins and Jared Goff.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Take that.
Well, Packers fans would tell you we have to go through Jordan Love.
That's
Yeah.
why Paul's got 2 of them tied up in the garage.
Here's the thing, guys. I laughed when they drafted Aaron Rodgers. I thought, you guys just drafted the first pick in the draft who turned out to be a bust. So he fell to 22, and he sat for 2 years behind Brett Favre because you know he sucks. And now Brett Favre's gone, and here we go. It's our turn. We have the defense. We have the offense. I believed in Rex Grossman at the time. No, at the time that was Jay Cutler. Sorry, we had it all, and then Aaron Rodgers comes along and makes us look stupider, for lack of better words. And if Jordan Love beats us the first game, if he beats us,
Stop.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
Just stop.
It's going to be live. Whatever I do is going to be live. I'm going to burn a Packers jersey or.
I have and just set myself on fire.
Boy, I'll take the phone out to the fire pit and I'll buy a Packers.
So, what do you think of Flus, Shorty?
What's that?
What do you think of Flus?
Well, I think that the title of the show is, could he be a Super Bowl sophomore head coach? I think yes, because if Justin Fields takes the next step this season, like I believe he will, that is the key factor. That develops wide receivers. You have DJ Moore that's been added to the team. You have another year with Kmet. You have another year with Justin Fields in the same offense. You have Claypool with another year in the same offense. You have Mooney. I'm worried about his leg injury, but another year in the same offense. There are weapons on this team for Justin Fields. Justin Fields, another year in this offense. A better offensive line. That right tackle position and the left tackle, and now moving Jenkins to left guard. If that pans out, right guard looks to be set. We talked about center. We all love Dieter Iselin, even if Whitehair doesn't work out. We're kind of high on Dieter Iselin, right? So that could be a deciding factor in the season. As long as we don't have injuries, and we knock on wood, as long as we stay relatively healthy and Justin Fields takes that next step, he can help develop receivers. The running attack can get better as far as running backs and not the quarterback. Justin Fields takes that quarterback step. That all adds to Matt Eberflus having the ability to become the 11th, or as you pointed out earlier, I might have been wrong on that, but as far as I can see, 11th head coach to at least go to the Super Bowl in his second year. And that's one of the things you missed that I had up there, PJ, I think, right here.
So that thought I had that I lost earlier, it's kind of in addition to what you're saying. Another year with Luke Getsy. I think he's very underrated as far as offensive coordinator, and we get to keep him because we got, we didn't get that anyway. If the Bears would have had more wins this year, there was a chance that guy would have gone somewhere else.
So we have Ray Malavasi, Tom Flores, Joe Gibbs, Raymond Barry Switzer, can't really count him. Brian Billick, Mike Martz, can't really count him. John Fox, Ken Wisenhunt, and Dan Quinn. That group right there was 4-6 in their second season for winning the Super Bowl as head coaches. So what I brought up earlier, PJ, that you missed was, I forgot to bring up. Sorry. Let me pull this down and go to this to show you the other, like what those actual coaches did in the first year, and to kind of pull it up here. So here we have Tom Flores.
Mm-hmm.
He was 9-7, then 11-5, won the Super Bowl. Then we have I couldn't find anything on Ray Malavasi, but we have Joe Gibbs. He was 8-8. Then he was
8-1.
Whatever that means.
That was that strike year.
Strike season.
So Raymond Berry.
What a great receiver he was.
Yeah, I couldn't find that was his.
That's his playing numbers. I saw that.
Couldn't find his coaching stuff, but Brian Billick.
Now,
these damn ads.
Didn't Brian Billick follow someone else? He followed someone.
Not like Barry Switzer and Mike Martz did, though.
But I thought he just came in and just picked up on somebody else's team, with the Baltimore. I mean, I remember he was at Minnesota, and he was the offensive coordinator for them. But then when he came to Baltimore, it seemed like he just picked up somebody else's scheme and just carried it on.
I can't remember who the previous coach was.
He did win a Super Bowl that year with Trento for as quarterback, and that was, I believe, the only Super Bowl winning quarterback.
You're really muffled, Polsky.
Yeah, I can barely hear you.
That year, and I believe Trent Dilfer is the only Super Bowl winning quarterback to get cut last season.
I can't understand you.
You can't understand me?
Yeah, you're very muffled. Are you on speakerphone?
It should be on speakerphone, self-adjusting, man. That usually works the best.
Really?
Or no, put it on speakerphone and turn it all the way down as low as it goes. There'll only be a little bar left. That's what it is. Because then it adjusts from there. Try it.
Like that?
There you go.
It's a little better.
Yeah, okay. So what I was saying is the Ravens won it that year with Trent Dilfer as a quarterback.
Yeah.
And I believe he's the only Super Bowl winning quarterback to get cut in the offseason, not start the next year on the same team.
Yes.
So even if he did win the Super Bowl that year, they sat there and shuffled through quarterbacks until they came up across what's his name? Joe Flacco.
I mean, no matter what you look at here, though, every one of these coaches didn't have a 3-win season.
Right.
You're 8-8, 9-7. You're 7-9, 11-5. You're 1 was this? Dan Quinn was. That's not his coaching staff. He was 8-8 and then 11-5. So, what I was trying to kind of show here earlier was Wani was 7-9, then 9-7. Duran was 6-10, 5-11. Lovey was 5-11, 11-5. They went to the playoffs that year, and that was when Rex Grossman came back at the end of the season, and they got their ass kicked by the Carolina Panthers in that Steve Smith blow-up game.
Yeah, when Lovey refused to double team.
Right. He also refused to, conform to like a more of a nickel defense in the Super Bowl. That's why they lost. He just stuck with his cover 2 the whole damn time. You see, Trestman 8-8, 5-11. But the next year he was better. His third year, Trestman was, or am I wrong there? What was that the year that they could have made the playoffs? Was the first year?
Trestman was only here 2 or 3 years.
2 years.
Him and Phil Emery both got fired after 2 years.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear him. What did you say?
Mark Trestman and Phil Emery got fired after 2 years together.
Yeah, so it was the 8-8 season that they lost to the Packers on that fucking fourth and 9 with the 30-yard pass to Randall Cobb. Then you have John Fox 6-10, 3-13, and then what 4-12 or something. And then boom, the next year you go from 4-12 to Nagy was 12-4. They like swapped the records with ultimately the same team. It was just a little bit different with Mac and
Roquan.
And that was the year that we all thought, if it wasn't for not actually a double doink, but a blocked kick, could have been a Super Bowl team just by the momentum. Momentum is key. So then we get to Eberflus. You missed this, PJ. 3-14 to Aldo's prediction of 14-3.
Right.
So,
Man, I said it for you, PJ.
I'll tell you what, though.
I'll tell you what.
I'm asking you guys about, what you guys thought about Flus, because Flus is running an offense that I like the best out of the NFL. That Shanahan type offense. And he's also running a defense that is my favorite defense in the Tampa 2. So he has both sides that he actually like, the defensive scheme as well as the offensive scheme. Now, I was impressed with Fangio's defense, but I'm more of a 4-3 sort of guy as opposed to a 3-4 sort of guy. So I like the Tampa 2 better. So I'm high on Flus, and I'm wishing him well. I just wanted to know what you guys' take was on him. So that's all.
I think that just with the right combination of lack of injuries, Justin Fields taking that next step, the running game taking the next step with Roschon Johnson now being added to the equation and the other free agent signings, plus the back-to-back tackles we took on defense. We have Jaquan Brisker blooming into a budding superstar.
Yes.
We have he's reviving Eddie Jackson's career.
Yes.
We have Kyler Gordon, we were all very high on. Now we have Tyreek Stevenson, who's probably going to take his job, and Gordon's going to go back to nickel. And it seems like we're building that depth.
Yes.
That it's, I mean, maybe it's not this year, but it could be. It could be.
It could be. It could be.
It could be. Get to the playoffs. That's all that matters.
Yeah. I mean, like you guys alluded to, it's like that division we are in is kind of wide open. So we win that division and luck up and get a bye.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. It's only one team get a bye now. Okay. All right.
Well, that's the thing. There's an extra playoff game. There's an extra game.
Yeah.
Right. So there's.
Yeah. I was still on the assumption that two teams to get a bye, but with one, it'll be. I don't know. We'll be the top seed in the NFC. I don't know. We'll get that far.
If we win the division.
Yeah, it'd be kind of hard fetched to think we'll be the number one seed overall. So, I mean, it's possible, of course, but I'm not sure about that one. I ain't gonna go too far here saying, "Oh, we're gonna get to be the number one seed."
Do you have your gallon of water?
Retro said it looked like a piss bottle. I just wanted to show him it wasn't. I think you grabbed the wrong bottle, dude. That looks like piss. I must have been holding it in front of my teeth because they're yellow. Like PJ's back.
Yeah. Well, to answer Mo Bierman said that Getty runs the offense. Yes, but it was Flus who chose to hire Getty based on the offense that he would run. That's basically what I'm saying, because he could have chose somebody else who ran a different type of offense. I like the fact that he chose Getty because of this offense, because that offense is my favorite offense, because I think that offense will accent what the Bears do well in running, as well as the rollouts with Justin Fields.
Not only that, but you stole an offensive coach, a top offensive coach from the Packers who had been coaching Aaron Rodgers for several years and knows what a great quarterback looks like and can help to manifest that into Justin Fields, which I believe he's doing.
Agreed. You guys remember that there was a press conference after one of the games where they said like, "Whoa, Justin Fields doing excellent." And he's like, "Wait, slow down, slow your roll. He's still young. He's still got a lot to go." And then there was a more recent one where he goes, "He's light years ahead of where he should be." And so, that tells me that's the guy that does accurately evaluate. He tells you to slow down when it's time to slow down, but he's even seeing something out of that quarterback that
agreed.
Yeah, steps forward in the right direction. So, it's exciting.
Mo Bierman says Flus has an incomplete grade. I do believe Carter and possibly Poles make it to wherever they build the new stadium. I doubt Flus will. Carter.
Who is Carter? Yeah.
I do believe Carter and possibly Poles makes it to wherever they build the new stadium. I doubt Flus will.
Who's our?
I think he means Warner.
Warren.
Yeah, Kevin Warren. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
okay. What I was thinking. Warren's going to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Kevin Warren is going to build this stadium.
Yeah, right.
That's the other thing that just makes me so happy. This is the first time we have a complete organization. We've never been this complete, man.
Yeah.
We've never been, not since what? So briefly for them 2 years. I mean, a real football GM and a president that's not a fucking accountant. We have football people in the right places.
I agree. I kind of wanted to bring this up for the show, and I've had it loaded the whole time. So maybe we can end the show on this. I wanted to just let's just end the show on trash talking the shit out of Colin Cowturd. How about that? So I'm gonna play this. I'll give it about a minute, and I'll stop, and we can all talk about it for a second. I'll give it like another minute. It's only like 4 minutes of this, but I really want to have everyone here just take all of their momentum from the show, and let's just take a big giant shit on Colin Cowturd. Okay? Sound good? Let's watch this.
Okay, so I want to talk about Justin Fields.
Okay, right there. Fuck off. Do not talk about our quarterbacks. Keep, as Will Smith so eloquently said to
right in the middle of a drink
to Chris Rock, keep our fucking quarterback out of your fucking mouth, motherfucker.
He said name.
See, I don't care. I just
keep our quarterback's name.
Dude.
Keep our quarterback's name out of your fucking mouth.
Idiots have been talking about Fields as being crap for 2.5 years already. So,
all right, let's just
waste my breath on it, man.
Let's all get pissed off about this. Ready?
I said earlier this week, I think of all the quarterbacks in the NFL that have the most pressure, it's not on Dak. It's on Justin Fields.
Anyone? Should I keep going? Okay, I'll keep going.
He's 5-20 in 25 starts.
Oh, he's 5-20 in 25 starts.
No, yeah, but the Bears are 5-20 in 25 starts too. The whole rest of the team is so.
And he wasn't robbed in the Pittsburgh game. He wasn't robbed in the Washington game last year. He wasn't robbed in the Packer game at least twice. He wasn't robbed in the Vikings game where fuckface dropped actually handed the ball off in a fumble after a first down. That was a drive. Smith Marset. Okay.
You're fucking beating.
And for years and years, when I criticized Baker Mayfield.
Now we're talking about Baker Mayfield. So you want to talk about Justin Fields, but then he goes into like this rant about Baker Mayfield, which has nothing to do with Justin Fields.
I believe many of you in the audience, though not all, I did have a lot of supporters, but many of you in the audience confused ego for confidence.
Okay, so now we're supposed to confuse ego with confidence because he responded to, yes, he is one of the top 5 rushing quarterbacks in history, which he is.
He's telling you that you have confused ego for confidence.
Right.
I think he should go to a dictionary and look both of those words up and write out the definition and then read them aloud.
Mm-hmm.
You know how many commercials I see Baker Mayfield in?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How many commercials do you see Justin Fields in?
I haven't seen one yet.
Oh, me neither.
Fair enough.
Football.
I tell you, I think Baker Mayfield's issue was he was just he kind of reminded me of a Brett Favre, but not as good. And I was never high on him. I mean, he kind of truthfully, he reminded me of Johnny Manziel. So
yeah. Oh wait, well, he goes on. Oh, wait, give him a minute.
Okay.
I thought Baker had too much ego. Next. I also said that about Johnny Manziel. He had.
No, this has nothing to do with Justin Fields, by the way. Let's just listen to this. Well, again, let's listen to him narrative out of his mouth for a little bit longer.
Too much ego. You guys would say it's chutzpah. I love my quarterback to be confident. So do I. Mahomes is. He has self-awareness.
and Justin Fields doesn't?
Yeah, I don't understand that statement there at all.
Absolutely irresponsible statement.
Yeah, I don't understand what he mean by as if Justin
Fields didn't break his own record 4 times this year. And
you've got to pay for this?
Cocky punk for clickbait. That's pretty much what he's doing. Sorry.
They get salary after doing this shit.
Yeah, I think it's clickbait at this point.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Maybe
something to do on a Thursday, something to get somebody riled up about on a Thursday. That's all.
Well, he pissed me off.
Not enough.
He pissed me off. I tell you that much. So that's why it is time to slay this fucker. Okay. What else?
Brady, Peyton Manning, Justin Herbert, Burrow, Lamar Jackson. They have confidence.
Lamar Jackson's cocky too. He's confident and cocky. I don't know.
Fuck you, Colin.
I just don't. I listened to this 3 times.
Let's just keep going.
I'm just like, I don't see their ego.
Who gives a fuck?
I don't see Bears' ego. I don't see Josh Allen's ego. I saw it with Baker every Wednesday at the podium. I saw it with.
Oh wait, so you're seeing Justin's ego every day at the podium?
Every Wednesday.
Every Wednesday, he's seeing his ego at the podium, right?
He's a scout.
He's not watching the same shit we're watching.
This guy knows all about egos. He's scouting every quarterback's ego, and he knows exactly what the egos are. And Justin Fields is right up there with Baker Mayfield when he's at the podium with his ego. Okay. And he says?
Manziel. It matters. You have, for years and years, many of you have told me it doesn't matter.
And what is he even going on about right now? Many of you for years and years have told me what?
Weren't there pictures of Johnny Manziel just passed out on tables?
Yeah.
From being way too drunk at college parties and you can tell that's
fucking selfies with broads and booze and bars and fucking getting in trouble.
Possible scenarios, and then you wonder why it didn't work out for you in the NFL. And then 5 or 6 years. Right. You're like, oh.
And Walter and Brian brought. Oh, sorry, Walter and Brian brought it up. Even okay. So wait, what has Allen done? What has Herbert done?
Well, apparently they've gotten up in front of the podium and not been cocky.
What have they done?
Yeah,
nobody's won a Super Bowl.
I always say with
know.
young quarterbacks.
This is just
when I start seeing the drip. That's the term I use. The faucet's leaking. Drip. One little thing, that little thing, that little thing. It all matters at quarterback. It doesn't all matter at corner.
Thing in your head, that little thing, use it.
Guard, running back. I don't hold them to the same standards. But at quarterback, you're the face of the franchise, and you're the coach on the field.
Yes, and?
One of my favorite moments from last season was against the Patriots. When we sat there and went and beat the Patriots 35-7, at the very end, you got a shot of Eberflus running out to the middle of the field to meet Bill Belichick and shake hands, and then they cut the camera, and it's Justin Fields running up to the stands and starting to sign autographs for the fucking fans that were there.
What a terrible ego.
What an
The first thing on that man's mind when he whooped the Patriots ass was to go sign some fucking autographs for the kids right by the tunnel.
What an egotistical prick.
So I'm going to hold you to a much higher standard of self-awareness and confidence over ego or chutzpah.
So that everything we just talked about there with going out to the fans and signing the autographs and running up to the children and signing their autographs and taking pictures of them, all the recent stuff we've seen. He's been at the Bears events. Kids come up to him. He's posing with them, signing all their autographs, signing their football, signing their jerseys.
I'm not understanding it. I mean, I'm listening to it.
I want to fight this guy in an alley, guys.
Walter put it best, PJ. Walter says, "Thanks, Colin. Everyone is now dumber for hearing you speak."
We are.
I mean, because he's not giving an example of what he mean by
he's rambling, man.
He's going to ramble on more about Baker Mayfield, which is so off subject. Here, listen.
And so this is not the end of the world. It's 5%. But I don't love it. For a quarterback that's 5-20 and right now is close.
5-20.
Preseason, the Thursday night game, and then the Thursday night booth afterwards. I forget what it was, Kurt Warner, or whoever Justin Fields was sitting with. They say, "Man, we saw you out there signing autographs for 3 hours. Till the last fan got an autograph." And he's like, "Yeah, I just appreciate
even
all
the
my
asshole Jersey Jerry who couldn't get his fucking picture with him. He ends up getting his picture with him on the podcast, and Justin Fields makes up for it with him. Oh, I seriously.
Reality
you and I, Colin, street fight right now.
Dan's got to change something else. He hasn't changed anything in a long time since that Super Bowl.
Yeah,
we're gonna have media boxing now.
Well, let's finish.
Coward.
I want to fully take our time to dissect this prick right now. So let's just keep going.
To a bust and a star. Lamar's an MVP. Cam's an MVP. Vic's a 4-time Pro Bowler.
Lamar is an MVP, but what has he done? And anyway,
Steve Young's a Super Bowl winner. Justin,
what the fuck does Steve Young have to do with anything?
He was on the list of top 5 running backs.
Scrambling quarterback. Yeah.
Thank you.
Fields is 5-20.
I want to hear what
Justin Fields
has to say.
But he reminds you that Fields is 5-20. Okay,
yeah.
And then
you should have said, "Can we make it a top 4?" Or said, "I'd love to be there." Now you can argue. I don't think he's one of the top 5 running quarterbacks. You get banged up, can't win games.
He has the record in the NFL for the second most rushing yards by any quarterback in history, and he broke the Bears record 2 or 3 times over with the same record. So how is that not one of the best in history?
Who's number 5? It's not Justin Fields. Who is it?
Number 5 at what?
It might be Steve Young.
5 rushing quarterbacks.
Who are the top 5?
So he named them. He named his top 5.
Yeah.
And he was number 5 on his list.
Okay.
No, but you're talking about Justin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
So if it's not Justin at number 5, then who is it? It doesn't need to be a top 4 list.
Exactly.
Like if it's not him at number 5, then who else is it, Colin?
Right.
He doesn't give you an opinion on that. He just says, "Oh, why not make it a top 4 list then?"
Right.
And leave yourself off of it.
Let's
Makes
infuriate
sense.
Ourselves even more. Ready?
Right.
It's not the end of the world.
Oh, thank God.
MVP, 4-time Pro Bowler, Super Bowl winner, bust.
Oh. And then that face right there.
You see what Swifty says? Swifty's in the house.
Cowturd and has Cousins and Daniel Jones in his top 5 rushing QBs.
That's a joke.
Yeah.
Really?
What is up, Swifty? Thank you for joining us tonight. Been missing you, my friend.
Have a good night, guys.
Let me give a shout out to Swifty real quick. Hey, what's up, Swifty? You the man.
Tarkington.
Let me to say that Cousins and now, okay. I don't know how many yards Daniel Jones has as far as I know he doesn't have more than what Justin had in 1 year, but overall, I don't know how many yards he has had. But I will say that Daniel Jones is a decent running quarterback. I cannot say Kirk Cousins is a running quarterback at all. So I don't know where that one comes from at all. I mean, that's crazy to me. And I'm not saying I'm putting Daniel Jones ahead of him. I'm just saying because he had a longer career. I know he's been running more, but
still, let's listen to him puke out of his shit out of his mouth a little bit longer. Here, let's go.
I just want a better answer. Not the end of the world. Either was Baker Mayfield calling out Duke Johnson, the running back of the medical staff.
What does this have to fucking do with Justin Fields? Justin Fields has done nothing to even compare to what you keep comparing him to fucking Baker Mayfield, you fuck.
I think he must have said something in an interview or something. And he just didn't let us know in this part what he actually said. Because that's what given how he's talking, Justin must have said something in an interview that causes Kyle Hurd to say he's egotistical and giving all these other examples. He just not letting us know what that interview was.
He was asked about the top rushing quarterbacks in the NFL. And he said, I think I'm in the top 5 rushing quarterbacks in the NFL. And then he took into history of all time. And he's also wrong because he is. Either way, he's fucking wrong.
I want to bring this to your attention, Dan, because I just asked my phone who's the top 5 running QBs in the NFL history. And CBS has it listed in this order: Michael Vick, Cam Newton, Lamar Jackson, Justin Fields, and Steve Young. That's CBS's list. Now, I could go to another one too, even. Because Justin Fields is in the top 5 on all 3 of these. I could even give my list, and he's still going to be number 5. They got him listed.
That's why my blood is boiling right now.
Yeah, but you're doing exactly what this guy wants. He's got a million Bears fans doing this. I wouldn't waste any energy or effort thinking about it.
Too late. I wasted energy making this clip. It's happening. Let's listen.
I don't know. J-Mac rolls his eyes. It ain't that big of a deal. But I got a guy with a quarterback rating in the 70s.
Wrong. Quarterback ratings in the 80s. More like 85. I think it was 85.7 last year.
I don't know what was Allen's.
Overall, his rating is like 82 or something. Swifty, fucking, I'm sure you know, buddy. It's in the 80s. So, fuck off, Colin Cowturd.
A guy that's now hurt. They ended the season with a 10-game losing.
Oh, he's now hurt. A 10-game losing streak.
He's not hurt.
Even if he's a pitcher in a Major League Baseball game, it doesn't matter. Wins don't matter for pitchers. Wins don't matter for quarterbacks. It's a fucking team game, asshole. Let's go back to all the games I've been bitching about. The Steelers game that was denied. The Washington game. The Packers game. Many games. 4 goal line stances in the Commanders game that they wouldn't give to him. The Steelers game that they stole from him. The fucking Packers game with a couple of goal line stances they stole from him. They have been stealing games from him. The Dolphins game with Claypool getting a pass interference at the game that I was at that game. I know. I saw with my own eyes. There's at least 6 wins or more that they denied this kid. That even if they gave it to him, this fuck would still be saying he's a bust.
Streak. By the way, who would I put in that list? Russell Wilson? You know, Super Bowl winner?
When did he win a Super Bowl? Fuckface in his 3rd year? Huh. Maybe that's what the title of the show is. The show is about, you dickface.
I'm sorry. The list of 5 best running quarterbacks. If you're a great running quarterback, you win games. I've always been 6.
If you're a great running quarterback, statistically, you don't win games because you're relying on your running because the rest of your team sucks. Moving on.
60-40 on Justin Fields is going to succeed. I'm coming back 5%, J-Mac. I'm 55-45. He's going to succeed.
You smug fuck. He's smug fuck.
Nobody said anything to it, and I said his name earlier, but Damon brought up Randall Cunningham. Nobody even said anything about that guy.
Exactly, Randall Cunningham.
My guys would be Fran Tarkington and Randall Cunningham, and I said his name like 5 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even know what these.
I'm pulling back 5%. Lack a little self-awareness.
Wait, he's lacking self-awareness.
On a daily basis.
5%. He gave him 60-40 as a bust last year. Now he's going 55-45 because he included himself in the top 5 running quarterbacks of all time in a question that some dumbass reporter asked him, and he was correct.
I got to throw 2 things in here from chat. The first one is Robert Friel. According to that metric, Tom Brady is the greatest running quarterback of all time.
Thank you, Robert.
And then Damon 1599. You must demand this. Tom Brady can run? ? Laugh out loud. He walks fast.
Let's keep going because I'm
thank you, Doug, because I said it too. How can you not discuss scrambling or running without talking about Fran Tarkington, who started doing it almost 60 freaking years ago?
So we can add him to the
necessity. The story on Tarkington is they were actually playing the Bears in a preseason game in Wrigley Field, and the line was so bad. He's like, I got to fucking run around or we're never going to win a damn game. That's literally how he started scrambling.
Yeah.
Because he had no fucking line. The Vikings had no line in 61. They were a fucking new franchise, man. It was,
That's good and warmed up. Let's keep going here.
The answer should have been, how about I name 4? If you'd have thrown...
Whoa. That's where my fucking hat's about to come off.
This guy's got you wrapped around his finger, dude. If you guys were going out, you'd be his bitch.
Hey.
If we were going out, I would button him. I would button his collar up right at the top there. Then I would grab it like that, and I would drag him into the alley. And I'd fucking curb stomp him until I threw him into a dumpster.
We got to get this on video, man. I'm gonna send.
It is on video. It's live.
I'm gonna send Colin an email and tell him that you're challenging him to a box off.
I'm gonna challenge him to a freaking alley fight.
Brian
Gilmore. Retro, you're the man. He knows what he's doing. Us talking about him. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I agree with it. I agree with that 100%.
This guy.
Doug Van Dorn goes in quotes.
This guy.
Yeah, I think he's doing it purposely to get a reaction out of Bears fans, so he can drive up his viewership.
Here's my problem. Okay, he's done it with every Bears quarterback of all time, and we finally have one that is on the verge of breaking out to become the fucking MVP of the NFL, and this guy's gonna fucking take a turd all over him. Wow. He's gonna Colin Cow turd himself all over. If Patrick Mahomes was a Bears quarterback and did everything that he did with the Chiefs as a Bear, this guy would shit on him because he was a Bears quarterback. It's like there's some conspiracy going on to where media cannot acknowledge. They just refuse to acknowledge. They refuse to acknowledge it.
I think Louis Riddick has said positive things about Justin. I just think, again, I'm trying to take the emotions out from me. I just think what Colin is doing is trying to, drive that debate for we, like Retro said, get viewership.
That's it. You're out of here. We're gonna keep
Wilson
going.
In there. Then you're like, yeah, they're all winners. I don't know. Just me. I know Chicago will go crazy. But right now, Justin Fields a bust. 5-20. 10-game losing streak. Passer rating in the 7.
Whoa.
Just me. I know Chicago will go crazy. But right now, Justin Fields a bust.
I agree with Walter Bresky, man. He says it's kind of infuriating that someone actually pays him to spout this nonsense.
That's it. You and I, Colin. Tomorrow at 3:00 on the playground.
Damon says you better slow down on that fucking coffee, dude.
It's not coffee.
Yeah,
It's
right.
Colin Cowturd. Every time, the first time I ever heard this guy open his piss guzzler was on the radio trying to sell Dish Network. And I was like, who the hell is this guy? This was like in the early 2000s. I was like, who is this buttfuck on the air? Dish Network, Dish Network. I was like, this guy's very annoying. And then I find out he works for ESPN. Then I find out he gets fired from ESPN. Why? Because his dick is hanging out of his mouth. Everyone can see it. So he has to do his own YouTube channel to make money. And yes, we are sitting here talking about it. Yes, he has fired me up. Yes, this is a topic that we're talking about because of this. But what the fuck, guys? We're almost done.
He's 5-20. 10-game loser.
You want to keep telling us that? One more time? 5-20? That's like the fourth time you've told us that. You want to make sure that we know he's 5-20, right?
Streak. Passer rating in the 70s.
Oh, okay. Passer rating in the 70s. Wrong. You're wrong. Passer rating in the 80s.
82.
Is he not easily the worst?
Thank you, my friend. 82.5. Fuck off, Colin Cowturd.
Quarterback in the division. It's not Aaron. Wasn't Goff. Wasn't Kirk Cousins. He was the fourth best quarterback last time this division played. Am I wrong? Now, he may be better than Jordan Love, but right now he doesn't have Goff. Goff's been to a Super Bowl.
Wait a second. He's going to be sucking Jordan Love's dick in countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. He's probably sucking Jordan Love's dick right now. And he just said he might be better than Jordan Love. Pay attention to that because I'll be ready for that one. I promise you that.
Not Kirk Cousins. Right now, he's a YouTube quarterback.
Let's hear him explain why he says that.
His highlights are great.
Okay. His highlights are great. Yeah.
79 passer rating.
82.5.
5-20.
Thank you. 5-20. That's the fifth time you've told us that.
Not saying I'm bailing. Still think it's 55-45 he's going to succeed. Drip, 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 drip.
Let's see. I think we
Said
might
it for
be
3 years on Baker. You argued every time. I said it for a year on Manziel. I said it for several years on Jameis. Drip, drip. Everything counts. Hi, everybody. Thanks for watching.
Fuck off.
Walter Besky says, I live down the road from the main ESPN studio in Bristol, Connecticut. I met him once, and he's a tool. Earl too.
He's a tool too. Here's what I have to do to decompress from that, guys.
Oh no.
Either that or I break something.
Dude, I'm going to send that to Shay and see if she still says you're okay.
It's either that or I break something. Oh, he's out of here. Don't even get him started.
got another retro real quick.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Retro.
Okay. Read it.
Retro.
Read it, DJ.
Fields extension. How much are you paying? Me, not much. $2 from Retro. Appreciate you, Retro.
Appreciate you, Retro. Thank you.
Retro.
Thank you.
How much are you guys paying? I can't make that decision until this season's
after
over.
The season, yes.
I'm going to say that he's going to – this is the guy we're keeping. We're not even going to look at a quarterback next year. We're not going to have to. And they're going to pay him the money, man. That's what Poles is even making some of these moves now. He's setting this up so that we have this money to get him on the second contract.
I think he's better than that. What's that kid's name? Caleb Williams. Is that his name from USC?
Mm-hmm.
I think Fields is better than he is, but that's just me. So,
Come on.
Demon says Mr. Shorty was doing his version of the Running Man.
Running scared.
I'm gonna have to watch.
DJ's gonna be the Running Man, running away from Dan.
I'm gonna perfect the video of your grandchildren dancing, and I'm gonna.
It still won't work.
You're gonna be like, nope, that sucks. I'm like, no, it looks just like this. Look.
You do.
Yeah.
Seriously, guys. I mean, the thing that really bothers me about Colin Cowturd is that he does nothing but shit on the Bears. He never has anything good to say about the Bears. And of course, it's me being a homer.
Nothing wrong with that.
It's also him getting clickbait. He knows if he pisses off the Chicago Bears fan base, and if he comes out and shits all over Justin Fields, which is like the best hope we've had since Jim McMahon, that he's gonna cause people like me to like overreact and want to street fight him.
This kind of stuff just proves my point about, and it's not as bad as it used to be, but it's been forever. How East-West Coast media bias has been to the Bears for the last 50, 60 years. It's not as bad as it used to be, but my father told me all about it, and I've just seen it. He's right. Mm-hmm. It's nothing like it used to be in the 70s and 80s and 90s even. Because it was still bad even when we won the Super Bowl. They still, well, the Bears should be pretty good, but you know, they're the Bears.
And Jim McMahon had like a 30-something game winning streak. If he was in the game, we won. And if they injured him, they had the best chance of beating the Bears.
You ever see the Steve Young interview on? He's talking about McMahon.
Yes, where he taught him to corkscrew, how to corkscrew the pass. He's a fucking lefty.
He said Jim McMahon can read defenses better than anybody else I've ever seen.
And he also told him how to corkscrew the ball, like when he throws turn his wrist.
He was his backup at the Mormon College.
BYU.
Retro, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. BYU.
Exactly. Let Fields prove his worth. Boom or bust.
I believe he's just gonna prove it to everybody this year. So then all this crap that Colin's going to say is it's going to be great when they all look like idiots. Because all this stupid rhetoric, half of it's just shit coming out of their mouth. Half of it. The other half is twisting information and then my own narratives, his own narratives. And it's all about money and getting views. That's all it's about. It's all total bullshit.
You're going to hear it here. You're going to hear it here for the first time, okay? Everyone can shit on me for saying this. But I might be right. I'm going to look it right in the camera and say, I think Justin Fields can easily be the MVP of the league this year.
Whoa.
There, I said it.
Whoa.
That's why the title of this show is
drop.
If the Bears win 10 or 11 games and make the playoffs, and they maybe win one game in the playoffs, he's MVP. Easy.
Momentum, lack of injuries, momentum.
That
chemistry
without him is going to do nothing. If you could plug anybody else in there, and they're not going to cover this offense the way it is. Just about. Maybe except 5 or 6, 7 guys.
Doug Van Dorn says, Shorty, Cowturd is about as bad as Gruden used to be when he was on TV. He never failed to mock the Bears every chance he had. Thank the gods he fucked himself over such that he's off TV too. It's like, seriously, is there a conspiracy? What it's everyone's been blowing the Packers since the Favre days. I got so sick of hearing John Madden blow Brett Favre.
Bias, and it's been around forever. Coast media bias.
Well, you guys got to look at it like this. I mean, from a business standpoint, if you trash talk the Bears, you know you're going to get viewership, which get your ratings up. So that's all it is. I mean, I don't take that personal at all. I mean. That's a media darling right there. It's like, oh yeah, let's get them riled up. Kind of like talking about the Cubs, I guess. It's like, they want to talk about it. And what was it? What's that guy's name? Biggs. He said that most media guys, they don't really know what's going on with the Bears, and they just try to put things together here and there. So,
narratives. They make their own narratives, Pete.
Yeah, so
they get bits and pieces of information. They see one thing on YouTube or Twitter, and then they collaborate this story that they make up in their mind.
Yeah. So
and they project it, and they throw odd numbers that they don't even check. He could have said, "I think it's in the 70s," but even if it's the low 80s, maybe whatever.
Yeah, I don't pay a lot of attention to that.
There's a reason why you go on YouTube and you Google Chicago Bears. You're going to find 50 podcasts or 50 different things about the Bears. You Google the Packers, you're going to find one. You Google the Cowboys, you're going to find 3. The America's Darlings, the Cowboys.
That's
Good luck finding 3 podcasts that are popular about him.
So you're going to
flooded with Bears shit.
You're going to get clicks. You talk about the Bears, you're going to get some clicks.
Yeah, that's he even said this might piss all the Bears fans off, and that's exactly what he wants because now he just got an extra 30,000 clicks on that video.
Been trolling for days because of that.
I never even heard about it. I've been busy, so I didn't even know nothing about it. And then Dan sends me this text earlier. You see what fucking Collar said? I'm like, no, I didn't even look at it. I didn't pay no attention. So literally right before the show, I just put it on replay and got in the shower and listened to it 3 times. And I'm like, nothing new. He's still the same idiot most of the time. And yeah, he said all this crap, but I'm not going to let any of it fucking bother me because I've heard it 20 times already. He's just making a strong narrative, trying to be more of a dick, specifically to get people who follow the Bears to click on it, watch it, and talk about it just as we are. So
Retro says,
I don't want to even talk about him anymore. I don't.
Okay, we're done then. We're done. I just wanted to get that out of my system, and we can move on.
I need to go get some fucking food. I need something that Walter made a couple
we'll
weeks ago. I want a Cliff's Burgers. God damn it! I didn't get dinner. I never made dinner tonight.
head over to Taco Burrito King, you lucky fucker. Retro says,
I can't eat too much of that. I try and watch that shit because it is bad. It is great.
I guess.
I literally squeeze it but
Retro says Stephen A. Smith loved to shit on Cutler. ESPN writers knew it was a gold mine viewer wise. The only reason I'd watch that show. And another thing about Stephen A. Smith is that asshole went on air and was talking about he was talking about a player that was retired because of a knee injury. And he was talking about that player as if he was playing this Sunday. Like he was so out of touch with what was actually going on that he actually was talking about a guy who was retired. So it goes to show like these guys do even less research than I do to do this show.
Dang.
And they're getting fucking paid for it. I am now too because of you, Retro. Thank you. But
Retro got another $2 super chat, but it starts with this. It says, Retro, it all depends if Fields, and this is Doug Van Dorn talking to Retro in the chat. It all depends if Fields makes the progress we all really expect from him. I believe he will. And then Retro replied, exactly. Let Fields prove his worth. Boom or bust. Which that's an exactly correct statement that anybody could, let him prove his worth. Well, I almost have no doubt that he's going to prove his worth, man. I really don't. I see him being our quarterback for the next 7 or 8 seasons, hopefully, maybe more.
I hope.
Yep.
And to answer the earlier question, if let's say he becomes MVP this season, then I can see him getting easily the top contract. Because
if he's MVP, yes.
Because you're adding the running game to the passing game, and now an MVP. Sorry, Colin, but he is the second best running quarterback of all time, statistic wise. Cow turd. So you add an MVP and even a Super Bowl win to that. Yes, that's going to. He's going to get a lot of money. $300 million.
Robert Friel could throw this right back at Colin because this is good. He says, name one player with a long highlight reel that wasn't a great player. You're going to have a great highlight reel if you're a long player. And the quicker it starts, and then he goes, right. So then Robert Friel goes on this. He says, just because he can make a good highlight reel plays, it doesn't mean he's a good quarterback. But this is basically he proves it. He's going to prove it this year. because now he's got something to work with on top of it, and this will be the first time in 3 years that he's had the same system 2 years in a row. And he knows, he's got starting to know that system pretty good.
Yes. Retro says, thank you, Dan, Foster, and PJ, for providing us with a great show and a chance to express our thoughts. And
always, my friend.
Of course, man.
Appreciate you, Retro. Appreciate you.
What this is all about. I'd love to we need to get more stuff in the chat somehow when we're doing this. We got to figure out a way to get more in. I think.
Yeah, well, we had some new guests on tonight, so
that's true. That's true.
When we have new guests on, it's you want to give them the opportunity to talk, and you get a little carried away with not paying attention to chat. So we apologize for that.
Well, Ken, we don't apologize for shit, do we, PJ?
I love when I look up. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? Did I just lose my feet out?
I'm the one always going, fuck you. We don't apologize for shit. And then I go, I'm sorry. Right after it.
Well, guys,
Joe Mandel. Joe, we don't apologize here. And then right after that, I said, I'm sorry, Joe.
Right. We should wrap this up because it's going on. If we do this in 6 seconds, 5 seconds, we can make it 4 hours flat, but it's not going to happen.
I haven't had dinner. I was going to have dinner at 7:00 and I haven't had it yet. My phone kept ringing. I got busy.
The good thing is where you live, you can order something
at
this
point.
point.
Get something 24/7.
Everything has been closed for 5 hours by me now. So good for you.
Hey guys,
come down there and fix your roof. I'm going to open a restaurant too, so you don't have that problem anymore. I'll take care of everything.
I'll help you. You just got to back it.
What were you saying, PJ?
It was a great show tonight. I'm sorry I came in so late, but it was a great show, man.
No, you know what? Your timing was impeccable, man. We needed you here at the right time, so it was great. It worked out. You got to do the things that you needed to do.
Mm-hmm.
We had another good show.
Mm-hmm.
We're all content except for fucking Dan over here.
You and I got that. No, seriously, it was a great show tonight with our new guests. And PJ, we did miss you in the first section of the show, but we're glad you were able to join us because, I mean, you guys, the two of you guys, I couldn't do this without you. I promise you that. It
does throw me off when PJ's not here.
Me too. I was thrown off when you weren't here last week, and I was thrown off without PJ in the beginning. I was like, this is weird. We need that third dynamic of someone to call somebody out and go, I got that, or whatever.
Because we've done like 20 shows together. I don't know if you know that.
Wow.
It might be more.
Wow.
And none of us have ever been missing until the last 2 weeks.
Good point. Yeah.
2 or 3. That's
that
it.
many.
3, yeah. 3. Okay. Right.
Shorty.
Dan was on vacation. Then I was doing my shit in Green Bay and Wisconsin.
And I was here and on vacation, and it was you without me for a while.
Right. And then PJ tonight, man.
You guys didn't miss me though.
Yeah, we did. But because you were here though. You were here a bunch. Dude, PJ, don't give them anything to go on.
Sweethearts. Less sweethearts over here.
I'm just saying. That's what I just want to make sure I just came tonight because I don't want to be officially missing a whole episode.
Right.
So I came through.
I hear you, man.
I came through like a burglar at night.
For 3 hours.
You fucking threw BearsCountry all off. Like, wait a second, I wasn't expecting that one. It's like
See, I like them guys too. Andrew and BearsCountry, I like them guys. Both of them.
Doug says, the one thing I notice getting older is my memory isn't worse. There's just so many files in there. The retrieval system doesn't work as well as it used to. Sigh. Yeah, it's because your brain started deleting shit from before. You have to go into the trash bin to find it.
you ever see Married with Children? Kelly Bundy.
No. Of course.
Where Elle gets her to go on a game show and he's like, don't tell her anything. So people start telling her stuff and you hear ding, memory gone, ding. Instead of knowing like all presidents in a row, she remembers that like silk stockings should be blue but look better on her or something.
Okay,
but I get it. There's too many files, man. I can't.
Foster, you're doing your 27 part.
Yeah. Yeah, you're doing your 27 parts.
PJ's actually trying to wrap this up, and you're like, rah, 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 rah. Shut the fuck up, Foster. See, earlier he was actually offended when I said that. He was like, well, this is well, it was because he had to explain himself. I'm like, shut the fuck up again. Just
I need that. I need to be thrown off. I need to be told shut the fuck up. I need to be muted.
Fucking Foster. If you're not being insulted, it just doesn't feel right.
Right. Hey, did you tell PJ about the Bearski thing? Because I don't think he was here when you were talking about it.
There you go again, starting something else. See, you gotta say it's me.
One more thing, PJ.
You gotta say it's me.
One more thing. I got one more question, PJ.
Where's Doug Van Dorn at? Where's Doug Van Dorn? It's not me, Doug. See, it's not me that come up these 27 subsections. No, it's Foster.
What part are you talking about, Foster?
I was talking about when you got the email for Besky, how you went fucking Foster.
Oh yeah, I log on to the email. I just get this email. Yeah, I'm happy to come on this week at 9:00. I was like, who is this?
And then
I'm glad. I went fucking Foster.
And I said, dude, did you say it out loud when you saw the email? Did you say it out loud? And he's going, I said, you said fucking Foster. And he goes, I did. I get it now. I get it. He finally get it.
After literally out loud. I was like, fucking Foster.
Fucking Foster.
It's got to be Foster.
I do have a question, though, regarding
nope, never mind. We're out of here. We're ending this shit. Because now look what you did. Look what you did.
Demond 1585. Has he always been in our chat?
Yes.
Has he? Okay.
He's in even in the chat poem. He wasn't. We missed him for a couple weeks. Him and Heart Foundation kind of were gone a couple weeks, but
did he go by
the original chat? The poem.
Did he go by a different name?
No.
Okay.
I got it in the if you
in his ode to chat. Yeah.
In the ode to the chat, it says we must demand 1599 our rights to whatever.
Okay.
So he's been.
Yeah, he was here last week.
The place. I think I was hanging with him yesterday on Aldo's show or the other day.
Okay.
Demond's all over the place, man. He's a good dude. I like his take on a lot of shit.
Yeah. Well, listen, guys. Let's give our ode to chat tonight.
How about just thank you guys and a 1, 2, 3 Bears. I got to get food. I'm starving and tired.
Seriously, thank you guys. Retro, Doug Van Dorn, Mayhem, Mo Beerman, everybody.
Demond 1599.
Brian
Gilmore,
Victoria, Robert Friel, Walter Besky, Demond,
and Phil, my buddy Phil.
Of course. Retro, thank you for all of your generous donations to BCP tonight.
Yes.
Thank
buddy
you
Phil was in the chat tonight too. Another one of my buddies.
James Ford was here again. I think that's
Ford, absolutely.
James Ford, thank you so much. Who else do we have? There's a lot of people. Swifty was in here. Yes. Thanks, Swifty. J2K popped in.
Mr. Nahum.
For being somewhere else. We have, let's see.
Wasn't STC? DVD. Doug Van Dorn.
STC was in the show tonight. Thank you, guys. Everyone, thank you all so much. I'll remind you that next week we're going to have Alex Shapiro from NBC Sports Chicago on. Anyone who would like to come on the show to ask Alex Shapiro a question yourself, you can email us at BearsCountryPodcast@gmail.com. The goal would be to have, 5 or 6, 7 people that can come on. We'll keep you in the background, bring you on to ask Alex 1 to 2 questions, depending on how many people there are that want to join the show. And have them answer the question directly to your face. That's kind of how I envision this going.
But that's after we ask our questions first, right?
Correct. Yeah, we'll talk to them first, and we'll bring Chad on. We'll bring
2 hours later, because I want to ask about 2 hours worth of questions.
He's going to have his subparts and everything ready to go.
It's only 2 questions. It's not 2 with 27 subparts, which makes it like 58 questions.
That's for the chat. They get 2 questions. I get 2 hours.
Squeegee. Thank you. Brian's reminding us. Squeegee. Thank you. Mr. Mayhem, it says, I enjoyed the show. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayhem.
Thank you,
guys. We will
man.
see you. We will see you next week on Thursday, the 27th at 9 p.m. Eastern time. And what's going to be our first big known guest from NBC Sports Chicago, Alex Shapiro. We're very excited
forward to it.
We've got a lot of other exciting things coming in the future for BCP as well. Maybe some actors. Working on some actors.
We got a bunch of stuff coming up, man.
Make sure that you like, subscribe, set your notifications, tell all your friends because this channel is growing. We've got some cool stuff coming up. The season is about to start, and we're going to have a lot of fun when it does. So,
thank you, Walter and Paul, for being on here tonight, guys.
Yes.
All right. I mean, Andrew, Tarbell, Walter.
Appreciate you guys.
Paul Betsky.
I got a new closer. You guys got to check it out. You guys want to end it on 1, 2, 3 Bears? Ready?
Yep.
1, 2, 3
Bears.